and it seems like the team is really allowing the fans to come to the game, be able to take a break from all the stuff that's going on in Jackson, Mississippi.
You know, you just talked about that, and the athletic department from Jackson State announced a number of different things here for this game that they're doing in order to make sure that the fans have a great experience. They've got more water. They're making sure that there's more personnel because, look, it's hot at Jackson.
Yeah, you was there last week covering the game against Grambling State. Jackson State played them, and you told me off air it was very tough, throughout the game because of the humidity and as well as the heat in Jackson, Mississippi.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, if when you come down to the South, especially Louisiana, Mississippi, there's heat and a lot of humidity. And so you just got to be ready and prepared. Just like the team's prepared, you got to prepare as well. Here's the opening kick. It comes down and it will go out of the end zone to start things off here for the Mississippi Valley State Delta Devils, who will get the ball on offense to start.
Yeah, they have powered offense. The Delta Devils going on offense here. And some of the things I want to see them offensively is to establish their running game. They got a really good junior running back in Caleb Johnson. In my opinion, he's going to be their workhorse throughout this game for 4 quarters. If that offensive line wins the battle front for the Delta Devils, they're going to put some pressure early on against that Jackson State defense.
And the Buffet Busters, as you see coming out onto the field, they have to make sure they control the line of scrimmage for this team if they're going to have success here today, because it starts with them. And, of course, Caleb Johnson, he's got to make sure that he has a big game as well. First down and 10 for Mississippi Valley State.
Mississippi Valley, 1st and 10.
Jamari Jones in the shotgun. Here's the give. They'll start the runoff right away. Look at the big run. 50, 40, 30.
Wow.
What a huge statement to start this ball game out for Mississippi Valley State. Caleb Johnson, we just talked about how big of a game he'll have to have. What a big run to start the game.
And we just talked about how the junior have to set the tone. And right there, Caleb Johnson, the red shirt junior, busting through the hole, nothing but daylight against Jackson State's defense. Excellent play call there, but excellent effort by Caleb Johnson.
Did you see what the Buffet Busters did, moving heavens and earth, opening that hole? And here on first down and 10, Johnson getting the carry for a gain of a couple.
Wow, that's a really good start there of Caleb Johnson, as well as the Delta Devils offense on the road. They want to set the tone. That's a great way to do it on that first play, busting it wide open.
25-yard line.
Single setback here for Mississippi Valley. Here's a throw, and it is complete. Touchdown, Mississippi Valley State. What a throw, and the catch was made by Ja'Cory Rankin, the senior from Port Gibson.
Good job there by the Delta Devils offensively. They're not intimidated at all about Jackson State record and all the hype, because their offense went straight down the field for their first touchdown on the opening drive. Good play call there by Coach Dansy. As you can see, the players are hyped on the sideline. Watch this play here. The pass from Jones, just a post across the middle, wide open for that reception as well as the touchdown. The Delta Devils is here to play at Jackson, Mississippi.
They have come into Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium saying, we ain't scared. And they put 7 on the board to start things out. A humongous drive and a statement drive for Mississippi Valley to start this ball game out. 13:58 remaining here in this first quarter of play. And it's the Delta Devils taking the first score, 7-0 the count. They don't look like an 0-3 count. Let's take a look at the impact players. Of course, the players presented by Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
You can see right there, Caleb Johnson started off really hot for the Delta Devils with that huge run. Defensively, you got Aubrey Miller right now is trying to figure his way out in his defense, as they was hitting them out early on by the Delta Devils offense, giving up the first touchdown on the opening drive at home.
Delta Devil marching band in the stands, and they getting the crowd hype here. Those who have come out from the Delta and around the area, and an early score here for the Delta Devils.
Impressive drive there by the Delta Devils. I mean, we talked about this all week. You know, you really see how they was going to come out on the road in a hostile environment. They're not intimidated at all. Coach Dansy has his team motivated. We knew that they was going to come out swinging early on in the first quarter. They did an excellent job by running the football, establishing the run with their workhorse, Caleb Johnson. Also finishing the running game, open up the passing game, what led to the touchdown.
Here is the kickoff by the Delta Devils, and it will come down to Jackson State University. It will go out of bounds. It looked like it was going to trickle into the end zone, but instead it goes out of bounds at the 1-yard line. That'll be a procedure penalty, and Jackson State will get great field position to start things out. Let's take a look at today's keys of the game presented by Chevrolet. Find new roads. And here's the false start penalty, or stick procedure penalty against the Delta Devils. And it'll be first down and 10 for Jackson State University.
You can see right here, keys to the game. Establish the run. Well, they did that early in Alton. If you're the Delta Devils fans watching this on ESPN Plus, they want to sustain drives as well. Stay on the field. Keep Jackson State defense off on the sideline, but also establish the tempo and do not turn over the football on the road in Jackson, Mississippi.
4 receiver set, tight formation here for Jackson State University. Here's Shador Sanders, swing pass out to the far side, and it's complete by the Jackson State University Tigers. Completed out to number 4, and that's going to be Dallas Daniels, who had a big game last week against Grambling State.
Yeah, Coach Prime spoke highly of that. Dallas Daniels throughout this week said he's a pro receiver, can run all the routes, very athletic, speedy receiver. Shador Sanders going to have to go to him early to get back into this ball game.
Double slot formation now for Jackson State University.
Quarterback number 2, Shador Sanders, running back.
Shador Sanders in the shotgun, and it's complete across the midfield stripe and completed out to Shane Hooks, and that'll be close to a first down.
Right now, the keys for Jackson State is consistency. That's the theme that Coach Prime has been preaching all week. Let's do what we can do and be consistent, play solid in the pocket for Shador, as well as stop Valley's running game.
Completed pass once again out to Hooks. And he is brought down, gain of maybe a yard or 2 on the play. And that will bring up his first down and 10.
You can see right now Jackson State want to establish the tempo early on at home by spreading out the Delta Devils defense, but keeping them off guard and not allowing them to switch players with this up-tempo style of offensive play.
Second down and 10 now for Jackson State University. Sanders back to pass, complete. And with the catch, Stevens on the catch there for Jackson State University. And that's something that Jackson State will do. They use the tight end.
Yes, they utilize their tight ends a lot, especially in the spread formation offensively. They want to be able to take advantage of the height as well as the size of maybe against the linebacker or the nickel cornerback. And right now, Jackson State's using their tight end early on in this first quarter.
Sanders in the shotgun here, second down and 9. Swing pass out to the right side, out 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Jackson State University. And that is Willie Gaines on the score, the junior from Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Great play call there by the offensive coordinator for Jackson State. Want to use your downfield speedy receivers? Well, you go to Willie Gaines, the 5'9" receiver. You can see right there a nice dump down pass by Shador Sanders to give Willie Gaines enough opportunity in real estate. He'll take it the distance, and we saw that on that last play for Jackson State.
Extra point try coming up here for Jackson State University. Valley bringing some personnel on the field. And it is 7-6 with the point after. It is now tied at 7 between Mississippi Valley and Jackson State. 11:55 remaining in this first quarter from Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium. Big play there by Willie Gaines, and he ties this ball game up at 7.
I didn't win the lawsuit.
Yeah, man. So that was it's a big deal. Valley coming out in 2 plays. You know, they get the long run by Caleb Johnson. Then they get the touchdown throw in a pretty much against tight coverage. I wouldn't say too tight because Petty at times, Petty can take an L right there offensively. Defensively because of the way that he kind of plays. He didn't take that away, that skinny post. If he takes the skinny post away, then you probably don't see that. But I look forward to the defense making some minor adjustments and buckling down. And, everybody who was having Valley getting shut out, which I thought, I kind of thought about today. I was like, there's no way that Valley's going to get shut out today. You know what I'm saying? There's no way that they're going to fight. And, they saw some stuff on film that probably would allow them to pop one. So there's your pop. But the thing about it is, even with that drive and you get that momentum, JSU came right back down the field and March stepped. And it looked like they said, Shador, you're going to have to complete some passes on us. And I think that last play they ran, bringing Gaines across the formation and getting the ball into his hands immediately was pretty useful. That was creative and quick because he's explosive enough to actually do that. Him and Coleman. I think he's just a step faster than Coleman. But yeah, like the stream, share the stream, or whatever the case may be, man. I know everybody else may be live or something like that, but they ain't giving you that full screen action. As soon as this commercial over, I'll return the volume for sure.
"7-7 our score between Jackson State and Mississippi Valley while we were away. Sack by the defense of Jackson State University, and now it's 2nd down and 15 for the Delta Devils.
Long.
Something they do not want to do is get in 2nd and long.
No, you do not want to get 2nd and long against a very aggressive defense like the Jackson State Tigers early in this first quarter.
Here is the swing pass out to the near side of the field for the Delta Devils. And with the catch is Rashad Eads, the wide receiver from Macon, Mississippi.
And Centauri, I want to see how the Jackson State Tigers adjust after that first opening drive. They gave up a touchdown opening drive against the Delta Devils. The Delta Devils want to establish their running game with Caleb Johnson, a huge run down the middle. I want to see what R.B. Miller and their defense, that front seven, is going to do now against the Delta Devils.
Here's the pass, incomplete, in and out of the hands of the wide receiver, and that will bring up 4th down for the Delta Devils on the pass. Ja'Cory Rankin was the intended receiver.
Yeah, missed opportunity by the Delta Devils there. 3 and out. You got to stay on the field if you want to be competitive against Jackson State. I want to see them get back to the running game. Unfortunately, they was in 2nd and 15, which allowed them to get some more yards, but they couldn't capitalize and get the first down and stay on the field.
Punting situation here for the Delta Devils. Nice high spiraling kick that will send Jackson State back to their own 30-yard line. Out to the 35, 40, 45, midfield. Gains to the 40, to the 30, high stepping. And he goes out at the 25-yard line of Mississippi Valley, an ode to his coach. Coach Prime with the high step.
Willie Gaines show right now in this first quarter for the Jackson State Tigers. Excellent return by Willie Gaines.
He on fire right now. This is game.
And here's the big return by Gaines, and great blocking there by Jackson State University. They get the ball 1st down and 10, and the Delta Devils have their backs against the wall.
Mind you, they just went to a commercial and came out of the commercial late. So we missed the kickoff and the very first play, which was a sack. But the defense tightened it up, as you saw right then and there. With the punt, I think Gaines is hella explosive, and he takes the top off the defense. And I think that's going to be what JSU has as a weapon going down, as the games continue. Last year, I didn't see that threat of a person being able to take the top off. But I think that they have 2 or 3 people that can take the top off of defense. We just haven't seen Coleman really get going like that, but we seen Willie with his JUCO experience be able to take that step. So with a competitive edge up the ante, and we start seeing Coleman fight back a little bit and put on a show. And then, when Hunter come back and so forth, then it is what it is. I heard there's a lot of people still looking for the game. Nah, this will be a blowout soon. Yeah, it will. I'm expecting JSU to score on their first 8 drives. That's my expectation. I'm looking at minimum 40. I'm looking at 40-something points if they got to kick field goals anytime. If Valley can hold them to field goals. Other than that, I'm looking for 8 drives, 8 scores, straight up. Is what I'm looking for. 8 touchdowns, really, And then I don't see Shador playing a lot, but they may play him a lot because of stats, and those other quarterbacks have those statistical categories going right now. But it is what it is. Let's get it back.
And of course, the Jackson State University Tigers will have the ball in great field position to start things off here in this drive.
Yeah, excellent job there by Jackson State special team. Willie Gaines was able to get some really good positive yards and explode down the left sideline as Jackson State offense is back on the field, led by their outstanding sophomore, Shador Sanders.
You know, if you are Jackson State University, the biggest thing that you got to remember is that Coach Prime spoke about keeping the tempo of this ball game, and special teams has played a big part, as there was a penalty on the play, and that takes Jackson State all the way back to their own 31-yard line. It was a holding penalty, and now they are deep in their own side of the field. Trips to the near side with a man in motion now for Jackson State. Shador Sanders in the shotgun. Sanders back to pass, little swing pass, and he gets it out to his wide receiver across the 35-yard line to about the 38-yard line. And with the catch for Jackson State, J.D. Martin.
Yeah, Centauria, you can see right now, tempo offensively for Jackson State as they want to put more pressure on the defense of the Delta Devils.
2nd down and 3 here for the Jackson State University Tiger. Here is the give. Nice give across the 40, 45. And a big run by, once again, another opportunity to carry the rock, J.D. Martin.
Yeah, J.D. Martin's a faster running back compared to the other running back for Jackson State. As you can see, they switch up, and Jackson State wants to continue to put pressure on the Delta Devils defense, be able to put them in man-to-man as well as one-on-one tackling.
Here's the give for Jackson State University, and on the carry for Jackson State, Sivion Wilkerson, who had a big game against Jackson State University against Grambling last weekend.
Yeah, Savion Wilkerson is the newcomer of the week for the SWAC conference this week, and he's playing outstanding football, earning the opportunity as a starter. And Coach Prime speak highly of this player as well. He runs hard, especially on the outside edge.
142 yards and 2 touchdowns last week. Sanders in a lot of trouble, and he's going down at about the 32-yard line. Great defense by the Delta Devils, and on the sack for Mississippi Valley is number 50, Ronnie Thomas.
Yes, Ronnie Thomas, their top defensive player for the Delta Devils this season, and that's how you want to establish yourself on the road, bringing pressure from the outside as well as bringing down the sophomore sensation in Shador Sanders. Excellent job there, getting his legs and not letting go and bringing him down for a sack.
Big play there on defense by Mississippi Valley. 3rd down and 19 now. And we've got whistles on the field. Stoppage of play here by the officials. And we'll see what's going on here in just a second. 8:24 remaining in this first quarter of play. If you were a betting person, did you think that 7-7 would be your score with over 8 minutes left in the first quarter?
Absolutely not. I would lose my money right now. We're in Vegas. But you can see you got to give credit to the Delta Devils. They came out focused offensively, want to establish the running game, and also put up points on the road. And they did that early on.
Here's the give across the 35 out to about the 39-yard line. And that's Wilkerson once again for Jackson State.
The first 3 and out for Jackson State offense. Give credit to Ronnie Thomas, defensively for the Delta Devils, putting pressure on Shador Sanders, pushing the Jackson State Tigers out of field goal range, now forcing them 3 and out and punting the football.
You don't see this too much, and that is a punt situation early on in the ball game for Jackson State University. And the kick will hit about the 25-yard line and takes the roll to about the 22-yard line. And that's where Mississippi Valley will get the football back. 1st down and 10 for the Delta Devils, and they got to be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, you got to be good. I mean, your defense is really starting to feel themselves and settle down and forcing 3 and outs. If you're Coach Dansy right now offensively, they probably saying, let's get back to what we established early on in the first quarter. That's the running game with Caleb Johnson. You got to put the ball in the junior hands early and often. The big guys up front got to continue to open up holes against a very aggressive Jackson State defense. Caleb Johnson's the key guy for this Delta Devils offense.
Well, my first
so now Mississippi Valley will get back onto the field. 1st down and 10. And boy, I tell you what, Jamari Jones proving that he belongs in this game.
And
here's the give, 25-30, 35-40. all the way out to the 43-yard line. And
outflanked.
on the carry for Mississippi Valley, Jacoby Thomas, the junior.
Yeah, they switch it up there. Coach Dansy goes with the junior. You can see right here, watch the bounce to the outside. Excellent job, but the acceleration on the left-hand side to separate on the second line there, you got to give credit to the running back to be able to explode through the hole and pick up some more positive yards for the Delta Devils.
What a huge statement that the Delta Devils are making here in this first quarter of the ball game. 7:12 remaining, and they have the football. We have a timeout on the field. And we will take a break as well. First down and 10 when we come back as the Delta Devils and Jackson State are tied at 7 with 7:12 remaining in this first quarter of play. We'll be right back.
I don't like these announcers. Let's get that on out the way. I don't like the announcers at all. They're a problem for me. You have to look at, for anyone that's looking at the game and like, well, hold on, what's going on? Why they able to do something? Valley has a lot of energy right now. Everybody expect them to get their ass kicked. So it's just Valley against everybody like right now. But at the same time, it's still early in the first quarter. And just look at the Georgia game. Georgia just, their defense hadn't had a touchdown scored on them all season, right? I think, all season, I think they ain't gave up no points. And they got a team, Kent State, they give up 13 points to Kent State. So it's like 23-13 at the half. So you have these letdowns. Basically what I'm saying is you have these letdowns early on where the focus really isn't there. And there's a lot of pressure to play 4 complete quarters. And I think that you had a couple of people who buy into the hype and, overlook Valley. You can't really overlook Valley because they don't have nothing to lose. So, and it's true. They do play them extra hard. But, ain't no thing. So right now, another extended commercial break. It's a little sad that there's an extended commercial break. On this end, we should be right back into the actual game. So I wouldn't be surprised if the game come back on and Valley is in the second down or something. I don't know.
Tied at 7 between Jackson State and Mississippi Valley with 7:12 remaining here in the first quarter of play. Santoria Black along with Lemont Williams. Here is the give. And it goes across the 45-yard line nearly to the midfield stripe. To the 49-yard line is where the official will mark the ball dead. And the Delta Devils making a statement here. And, of course, Caleb Johnson on the carry.
Yeah, Santoria, you can see right now Caleb Johnson's back in the game, and they want to continue to feed him the football as right now the offensive lineman of the Delta Devils winning the battle up front against Jackson State here in this first quarter.
Second down and 6 now for the Delta Devils. 3 receivers set. Here's the give once again. Maybe a yard on that play. And it seems that Jackson State now getting a little bit more aggressive, trying to spot where Caleb Johnson is.
Yeah, you got to be aggressive defensively for your Jackson State right now. Blitz on the backside from the linebacker to put pressure on Caleb Johnson in the backfield to bring him down for a no gain.
That'll bring up 3rd down and 6. One of the goals for Mississippi Valley is to keep the control on the football. Slot to the near side. Fakes the handoff. Swing pass. Nice defense by Jackson State University, stopping that particular play. And on the tackle for Jackson State is number 6, John Huggins.
Yeah, Huggins smelled that play from the beginning. You can see right there closing down on the tight end. Excellent open field tackle there by Huggins as he brings it down, forcing another 3 and out for the Delta Devils offense. You got to give credit to Jackson State. They brought pressure against that running game and forced the Delta Devils off the field when they have to with that nice open field tackle.
Sylvester Campbell, the junior from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, went to Martin Luther High School. Very familiar with that high school. Here is the kick for Mississippi Valley, and they'll wave it off as a fair catch. It will take a roll down to about the 9-yard line, and it'll be first down and 10 for Jackson State. So for the Delta Devils, they do a great job in flipping the field.
Absolutely. That's a really good kick there by the special teams and the punter as they really get some really good field position right there. Defensively, they got to be licking their chops. They want to be able to come after Shedeur Sanders as they did in the last series, bringing pressure as well as sacking Shedeur Sanders. You don't see that quite often, bringing down the 6'2" sophomore sensation in Shedeur Sanders. But the Delta Devils have dialed up some really good plays defensively the last series. Let's see how they play out this series and see if they're going to bring more pressure from the outside against the sophomore quarterback.
Orlando Fernando had 4 punts last week against Delta State and only averaged 34 yards. A great kick there to put the Delta Devil defense in great position. First down and 10, 4 receiver set, trips to the far side. Sanders with the pass, gets it right into about the 15-yard line, maybe the 16-yard line. And on the catch for Jackson State will be Shane Hooks.
Yeah, Shane Hooks has been very active for Jackson State so far in this first quarter with multiple receptions. The 6'4" wide receiver is really taking advantage of some of the spots he's finding in that hole of the defense for the Delta Devils.
Big kid. He's a 6'4" senior. Big target for Sanders. Back to pass, and it is complete. And it's back to Hooks, who is tackled at about the 25-yard line, and that brings up a first down for Jackson State.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders seeing something that he likes out of his receivers at the 6'4" Hooks. Hooks is really getting back-to-back receptions. If you're the Delta Devils, you got to be concerned defensively. You want to put some over-top help against their cornerback that's guarding Hooks.
Here is the run on first down across the 25 out to about the 30-yard line. And on the carry for Jackson State, J.D. Martin, who's getting a lot of quality time here today for Jackson State.
You can see Jackson State's going back to the up-tempo style offense. Wants to catch the Delta Devils off guard defensively. You want to get them tired as well. It's very humid here in Jackson, Mississippi, so he wants to be able to get these guys tired up front in this first half.
Shedeur Sanders fakes the handoff and gets it back to the outside, and it's caught across the 40 up to about the 44-yard line. And on the catch for Jackson State University, that's going to be Dallas Daniels.
Great pitch and catch there from Shedeur Sanders to Dallas Daniels. You can see it's an extended handoff, in my opinion. A really good throw there by Shedeur Sanders to connect with Dallas Daniels, but also give him a little time to make a move and pick up the first down.
Transfer from Western Illinois. Here is Shedeur Sanders. Nice throw, and almost coming up with a big catch is the wide receiver, Willie Gaines, who already has a big play here today for Jackson State, but unfortunately couldn't bring the ball down.
Yeah, led a little bit too far there by Shedeur Sanders. You can see right there as the pass was released from his hands, led a little bit too much to Willie Gaines. He couldn't bring it into his chest. Nice opportunity there for Willie Gaines. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the reception for Jackson State offense.
Caleb Alexander almost had a chance at an interception there. Here's the throw to the tight end and a big tackle there for Mississippi Valley. And on the tackle for the Delta Devils, 29, Malcolm Johnson.
Jackson State continue to find their tight ends throughout this first quarter. Excellent job finding Stevens there in the slot space as they call a timeout here on 3rd and 3.
And so Jackson State will come to the sideline. And, this is another big opportunity here for Jackson State here. 3rd down and 3. Something that they've had a little problem with is keeping the drive going.
Yeah, they struggled the last 2 series. You got to give credit to the Delta Devils. They brought pressure and sacked the sophomore sensation quarterback in Shedeur Sanders. And to me, Jackson right now in this first quarter is one-dimensional. They're relying too much on the spread offense and throwing the football. Let's mix a little bit of the running game into that to bring some balance. Coach Prime talked about them having balance with Wilkerson running the football the last couple of weeks. Let's see on this 3rd down play at 3rd and 3. They can go with a running back to pick up the first down to keep the Delta Devils defense honest throughout this series. So, you got to be able to bring some balance in this first half throughout this game if you want to get the victory, if you want to stay undefeated if you're Jackson State.
As far as rushing the football for Jackson State University, they have not rushed the ball well. Negative 1 yard rushing today.
Yeah, it's been all passing plays right now.
And now it's the 3rd down and 3 here for Jackson State.
They come out with the empty set, so no running back in the backfield. So it looks like Jackson's going to pass the football.
Here's Sanders back to pass. It's complete to the 45-yard line of Mississippi Valley. Great catch and a lot of traffic there. And on the catch for Jackson State University, that is going to be the wide receiver Cameron Buckley from Dallas.
Yeah, Buckley comes into the game. Jackson State has a multitude of weapons offensively as receiver position. Buckley comes into the game with the stop route right before the he would get the reception so he can pick up the first down, get the 3 yards, and continue this drive for Jackson State.
Double slot formation. Sylveon Wilkerson in the backfield. Here's the throw out to the far side, complete. Out to the far sideline for Jackson State University, and that's Dallas Daniels, the graduate student who came from the Western Illinois. First down for Jackson State.
Look at this pass here. Good pitch and catch there from the quarterback to the receiver. Tightrope pass to be able to catch it on the run for his receiver to get the reception and get out of bounds.
First down and 10, still 4 receivers set for Jackson State. The fake to Wilkerson, the throw over to the wide receiver. That's going to be the tight end once again for Jackson State University. DJ Stevens with a big catch.
Yeah, Stevens has been very active for Jackson State throughout this first quarter, playing the slot receiver position, but also taking advantage of his height and size as he is getting the reception and be able to get some more positive yards for Jackson State offense.
Yeah, he's listed as 6'3", 220, but he looks like a biscuit away from 230 or 240. That's a big kid, and he's solid. And this snap goes over the head of Sanders, and it looks like that Jackson State will recover the football. That's Sylveon Wilkerson that gets the ball back for Jackson State.
Well, Santori, what we don't see often is miscues offensively from Jackson State, and there's the first one this game in the first quarter. Bad snap by the center to the sophomore and to Dor Sanders. Luckily, Jackson State fell back on the football.
First down, or I should say second down and 13 now for Jackson State. Under 2 minutes remaining here in this first quarter of play. Battle between these two Mississippi schools. Wilkerson, 30, 25, 20, still on his feet, keeps his footing, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Jackson State.
Excellent run there by Wilkerson. Very tough run as well, as you saw him bounce off 2 or 3 defenders and get in the end zone and celebrate with his teammates. Wilkerson earned the opportunity to be a starter, and he just showed you why on that last play. Outstanding job bouncing off 2 or 3 defenders, but also keeping his balance and keeping his stride going as he ran into the end zone for the Jackson State Tigers.
Well, the pom-poms have come out once again here at Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium as Jackson State has put 6 more on the board here in this first quarter. Extra point try coming up here. Alejandro Mata, the freshman kicker. Boy, he has really impressed Coach Prime, and here's the kick. It is up. It is good. 14-7 now the score. Jackson State on top of Mississippi Valley State University. And those are some of the things that we spoke about. If you're Mississippi Valley, you got to make sure that when you hit that guy, you get that point of contact, you got to wrap up.
Absolutely. You got to bring them down. One-on-one tackling is a huge thing for the Delta Devils on the road. You want to be able to stay focused even though you're a little fatigued, but you got to make sound tackles. You got to be able to bring them down in open field. We saw in the last play, Wilkerson took advantage of it. You look at this replay here. Watch this run here by Savion as he breaks 1 tackle, 2 tackles, spins around, another tackle, keeps his balance, and nothing but real estate as he runs to the end zone for the touchdown for Jackson State. Outstanding job by the young man that earned the opportunity to be a starting running back, and he showed it on this last play. Savion Wilkerson, outstanding run, outstanding touchdown, outstanding effort by the young man.
And just incredible the way he keeps his footing. And that's something we spoke about with Coach Prime is the technique, making sure that all of those guys, that are running the football, keeping their center of gravity low to the ground, making sure that those feet keep on going. A lot of things that you saw with Roger Craig when he was with the San Francisco 49ers.
Absolutely. Mine is the high step.
Mine is the high step. This kick goes into the end zone. It's caught, and it'll come back out to the 25-yard line for the Delta Devils. First down and 10 here with 1:17 remaining here in this first quarter of play. Well, I tell you what, the rushing yards have increased from -4, now 28 rushing yards here for Jackson State here in the first quarter. And they're now over the 100-yard mark for total yards in this first quarter. What's been really even here?
Yeah, and I talked about, Jackson State being one-dimensional, really pass-happy, relying on throwing the football in the spread offense. They had to bring some kind of balanced attack in that last series, and they did exactly what I talked about, running the football with their outstanding running back in Wilkerson. He's a physical tough runner, and we saw that on that last play. He was able to bounce off 3 defenders, but keep his balance and get into the end zone. The first rushing touchdown for Jackson State in front of their home fans this afternoon.
And the Delta Devils have the ball first down and 10. Jamari Jones will hand the ball off, and nothing doing. So keep the ball, and a big tackle there for Jackson State University, and that is the defensive lineman, Devontae Davis, the 6'3", 290-pound sophomore from Union Springs, Alabama.
Yeah, give credit to Davis. They brought pressure and won the battle up front against the Delta Devils offensive lineman. The quarterback, Jones, had nowhere to go. end up getting sacked down by Davis.
That'll bring up 2nd down and 14 now. Here is the throw, and it's into a lot of traffic.
Looks like it's an interception.
Nope, they say it's incomplete. And they say it's incomplete, and that'll bring up 3rd down.
Looks like the Delta Devils was confused offensively. 2 receivers in the same location. You see that throughout the game. You see this replay here. Watch they do the crossing route. Pick up the pressure. 2 receivers in the same location. I don't know.
Oh, man.
Sorry, I think that's an interception. Looks like they might challenge this. Or actually, they're going to let it go. I thought he caught it with his legs.
Ooh. 3rd down and
Sweat
14
routes.
now for the Delta Devils. Trips to the far side. Here is the quarterback back to pass, looking, trying to find someone downfield. He'll just throw it away, and it'll be 4th down. We're going to take a look at this one more time. It almost looked like this was an interception.
You see the ball thrown right there. The ball is caught between the legs of the defender.
Yep. It's caught.
It might just bounce up in between his legs. A good effort, though. The Delta Devils again forced for another 3 and out. Seems like Jones couldn't really get his feet settled offensively in the pocket. Wasn't really a lot of pressure coming from Jackson State up front, but it just felt like he was too nervous, and then it led to the 3 and out for the Delta Devils.
Orlando Fernandez will kick the ball. It will come down and be fair caught at the 44-yard line. And that's where Jackson State will take over the ball. 1st down and 10 with 19 seconds remaining here in this first quarter of play. Well, you know, it's been an up and down first quarter. If you're Jackson State Valley, they can build on a lot. But the first thing, you know, if you're looking at the adjustments, and Coach Dansy, you know, he spoke about this during the media call. We have got to keep the football away from Jackson State.
Yeah, you got to. You got to keep Jackson State on their offense on the sideline and kind of control the clock on the road for the Delta Devils. Right now, they came out really hot offensively, established the run and getting down the field for a touchdown. But it seems like momentum has swung back to Jackson State as their offense is back on the field before the end of this first quarter.
1st down and 10. Here comes a blitz by Mississippi Valley. They picked up on it. Goes to the tight end. No gain on the play as DJ Stevens catches the ball. 11 seconds remaining in this first quarter play.
Yeah, there y'all go. There y'all go talking it out. There y'all go. Way to talk it out.
Loss on that play.
You the hot route, bro. Corner blitz, you the hot route.
And that is it for the first quarter of play with the score. 14-7, Jackson State University on top. And if you're a Delta Devil, you got to feel good.
You got to be excited about Caleb Johnson going into the second quarter. This young man exploded on the first play of the drive for the Delta Devils as they led down the field, as you can see right here, for their first touchdown on the road at Jackson, Mississippi.
All right, so yeah, on that last play before the end of the quarter, Shador and Coleman got to be on the same play right there. Anytime that nickel threatens, because he's run blitzing, and I'm just going to tell y'all that right now. Dansy has blitzed the nickel several times. And as long as he keeps blitzing the nickel and the safety is 15 yards back, you have to hot read that right now. But what the corner is also doing is the corner is playing a zone pretty much off of that blitz, because they're expecting or anticipating that Shador would throw it hot and not hold it a little bit till the blitz get there to throw it beyond the safety, because they're trying to keep everything in front of them. So I think we may see a play where JSU may catch them blitzing, might, and hit a big play up off of it. But Coleman has to be ready to catch the ball immediately as soon as he recognizes that the slot is going there. He just get his hands ready to catch it and explode. It's going to be 6. He ain't going to have to make nobody miss but one person. It's slow today, man. I heard a lot of people working today. I know I'm working. All right, so 14-7 JSU. 14-7 JSU. Y'all didn't want to go over there where it's like 2,000 people watching dude stream the game on his TV. I said, man, what is dude doing, man? Streaming the game on his TV? All right, so they're still in commercial all dang on day. What does this mean? Come on, ESPN, with these long ass commercials. This is the second time they didn't went through all their commercials and then the blue screen come on for the live sports. It's crazy. Yeah, Swanica said, "Nah, we know a homie."
As we start the second quarter here from Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium here in the capital city. And for Jackson State, they'll get the ball back in pretty good field position.
Excellent, exciting first quarter for Jackson State. Offensively, they was able to find their balance by running the football. Let's see what they do in the second half as they come out throwing the football as well.
Shedeur Sanders escaping trouble, trying to find someone open. He goes downfield. It's incomplete, but he had all day to throw the football.
Yeah, it was a lot of, really good job from the Delta Devils, in my opinion, on that one, as far as secondary play and covering the football. Covering the receivers. Seemed like Shedeur Sanders couldn't find anybody open. It felt like he was there for a long time in the pocket, but he was eventually threw the football away. Give credit to the defense. That was more of if the pressure came again from the Delta Devils secondary, they covered the receivers and didn't find Shedeur Sanders, couldn't find anybody open on that line.
And for Jackson State, now they'll have a double slot formation here on 3rd down and 12. Shedeur Sanders in the shotgun. Here come the Delta Devils. Sanders looking over the middle. He'll unload it. It's going downfield. It is caught
all day long.
And there's going in for 6 for Jackson State University, but there's a flag on the play. Willie Gaines gained a bunch of yards, but will it come back?
Right now, Willie Gaines is on fire offensively. He can't be covered at all. Separating with the defense, but it looks like it's against Jackson State.
Holding against Jackson State, and the touchdown comes off the board. And it will remain 14-7. And boy, you saw that flag come out just as Sanders was throwing that football down the field.
Yeah, you definitely see the holding up the middle there against the linebackers. And he's coming down the middle. You see right here, actually right there against number 94. But Willie Gaines, look at against two-man coverage. He was separated with his speed. Unfortunately, that was negated with the penalty.
Ain't nobody guard dude, man.
The Delta Devils, I'm sure they'll talk about not allowing Gaines to get behind the coverage.
They're going to run a draw.
3rd and 22 after the holding call. Sanders gets it to the outside and complete to about the 45-yard line. That's Shane Hooks once again, 6'4" senior from Orlando.
Shane Hooks with the reception was able to get away from the first defender, picked up some more positive yards. Unfortunately, it was not enough to pick up the first down for
That's why
Jackson
ain't a lot
State.
of people
in
here, man. We ain't got that many lights.
Back to the Delta Devils.
Shane Hooks, 3 catches, 34 yards last week in that win against Grambling State. And now kicking down for Jackson State, Sam Johnson. And it will come down to the Delta Devils inside the 20, now to about the 25-yard line. And that's where Mississippi Valley will have the ball, 1st down and 10.
Your Coach Dansy right now in Mississippi Valley State. You want to come back out offensively with that positive mindset and being very aggressive offensively.
13:49 remaining here in this first half. We'll be right back here in Jackson, Mississippi.
So what part of the game do y'all think the levies are going to crumble? Timona, you still in the chat? When you think the game will be over? You think it'll be in the third quarter? I mean, right now, if you just go and look at the numbers, let me see. Oh, never mind. I don't want to take it up off of where I want to take it up off of, but I do believe Shador might be over about 150, something like that, almost 200 yards throwing the ball. Gotta be. Had that holding not took away them points right there, the leverage could have broke. Okay. L. Swanigan says the second half. No, not that many people watching you, so no dragging, no lagging, perfect view. I'm staying right here with you. Barry, that's facts. Yeah, man, it's interesting. But I'm just tired of these 3-minute commercials that they get. Them must be too long. But it's like everybody dragging today. You know what I mean? It's something about today.
There you see Coach Prime looking at what's going on offense. 14-7 our score. Underway here in the second quarter. Here is what's happening now on defense for Jackson. They're making a big stop here as the Delta Devils can't make anything happen on first down.
You know, they want to go back to their junior running back in Caleb Johnson. You can see right there, number 3. He's done a really good job in the first quarter, establishing the run early on the first play, busting it wide open down the field. He seems like he slowed down just a little bit as Jackson State defensively start to settle down up front and be able to bring pressure, but also stop and clog up those running lanes.
You saw the offensive coordinator there for Jackson State talking with things over with the team. Here is the Delta Devils on second down and 10. Great job by the quarterback getting away from pressure and getting the first down is Jamari Jones.
Yeah, Jamari Jones, the JUCO prospect and the HBCU SWAC Comer of the Year preseason, all hype receiver quarterback. You see, dual threat guy was able to get away from the first defender with that stiff arm. Was able to pick up some more positive yards for the first down. Excellent job there by Jones and keeping the Delta Devils on the field here in the second quarter.
6'3" quarterback is Jones for Mississippi Valley. First down and 10 now for the Delta Devils. Ball sitting at the 38-yard line.
I wonder when y'all gonna bring some pressure, bro. Y'all just like relaxing.
The wideout for Mississippi Valley, D'Angelo Wagner. Here's the give to the running back. Cross the 35 and maybe a gain of a yard on the play as Caleb Johnson really didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, you got to give credit to Jackson State defensively as things settled down for them throughout that first quarter. Now we're in the second quarter, led by R.B. Miller, the SWAC, defensive player of the week. He's really number 45, is leading that charge right now up front for that Jackson State defense.
Over 50 yards rushing for Caleb Johnson today. And once again, quarterback takes off with the football. Jones getting some big yardage there. Second down and 9. Let's see where they'll mark the ball out. Now under 12 minutes remaining here in the first half of play. Third down and 2 now for Mississippi Valley. Very manageable third down here.
Yeah, it's an important third down for the Delta Devils. Better pick up this first down, stay on the field, also control the football, control the clock on the road. As you can see right now, they're trying to build some momentum midway through the second quarter.
The quarterback, Jamari Jones, had 39 yards rushing last week, and here is the give. First down for Mississippi Valley, it looks like. And Caleb Johnson getting across the line of scrimmage, diving forward, 79 yards and a touchdown last week in that loss to Delta State.
Yeah, nice hard run there by Caleb Johnson as he leaned forward to pick up that first down and move those chains for the Delta Devils as they continue to move this football down the field slowly but steady, but also control the clock on the time of possession is going to be huge for the Delta Devils throughout
They
this first
draining
half,
that clock.
even though they're down by 7 points.
They draining the play clock.
First down and 10 for the Delta Devils. Ball resting at the 49-yard line.
They just don't want to get blown out.
Here is the give.
By a gang of Wildcats.
And
Wildcats.
out to the 50-yard line.
Caleb Johnson, much needed rest as he goes to the sideline, taking a few hits the last couple of plays, picking up the first down. But you see right there, Coach Dansy is coaching his guys up on the sideline. You want to be able to continue to be aggressive offensively, win the battle up front against a very aggressive defense up front right now by the Jackson State Tigers. You got to give credit to the linebackers. I really believe Jackson State have some of the best linebackers in the SWAC East Conference and throughout the conference itself.
And flags all over the place.
Offense. They linemen hurt.
Looks like false start.
And there's a Delta Devil down on the field. It's one of the Buffet Busters, number 60, Kentario Davis.
Man, DeMarcus
The
Brooks, I don't know what they
6'1",
watching, bro.
285-pound
They done
from
said
Crystal Springs,
Wildcats.
Maryland.
They done said
It's not
all
looking
kind
good
of
there
stuff.
for number 60.
I don't know
He's
what
down the
game.
field.
They watching the whole other game, bro.
Looks like he's in pain.
All right, as the trainers attend to the offensive linemen, we'll take this timeout. Back after this.
You don't want to see anybody get hurt, man. Especially for Valley, because it could get strange pretty quickly. However, this is the drag out game that you're trying to create. The problem is you're down by 7. And if it wasn't for a holding, you'd be down by 14. So they're trying to control the clock, play keep away, run the play clock down, all the way down. Valley don't want to get blowed out. They want to manage the game. So this is what they're doing is a philosophy to be able to manage the game, to slow that offense down, because as y'all seen, you can't really slow them down. They only can slow themselves down. But the defense has made their adjustments. I don't think that we'll see another quick hit again. We see that they're trying to run off tackle between the guard and tackle spot. So you probably will see a little bit more of that. Timeout is vital, though. It's crucial. Let's see if this defense can create or force some turnovers. I think that the defense isn't where they need to be playing at right now. But you got to give a lot of credit to Valley. And I think going into SWAC play, Valley might be able to benefit from some of the trials and tribulations that they've had with other teams. It looks like their quarterback has established themselves, because I guarantee you if the other quarterback was in the game, the score would be a little bit funny. It's just being honest. It'd be a little bit funny. But yeah, man, I don't know what the announcer talking about. And once again, we are here on a long commercial break. They ain't even talking.
Doubtful that he will return anytime soon. So hopefully he'll be okay, but he had put no pressure on that leg, and all kinds of movement going on in the front line for Valley and Jackson State. We'll see who the infraction will go against.
Valley again.
That's going to be a false start against Mississippi Valley. Back them up another 5 yards. 10 minutes remaining here in this first half of play. 14-7 our score.
Yeah, you see right now, Delta Devils is kicking themselves in the shins as they have two false start penalties against them, the last play and as well as this play, as well as Davis going down their right guard. Remember, the Delta Devils got out to a fast start running the football. Let's see how they make those adjustments. Now they're battling some injuries as well as some false start penalties.
It'll be first down and 20, or second down and 20. And Jones will take off with the football across the 40-yard line to about the 44. That'll bring up third down.
Has to get a little bit more settled in the pocket, in my opinion, to be able to establish himself with the receivers. It seems like he's taking a couple. He's just doing one look and he's taking off. I mean, he's not really settling in the pocket, going through his progressions. He's just really looking to one receiver, and if he's not open, he's relying too much on his legs here in this last couple of series.
3rd down and 17 now with the ball resting at the 42-yard line of Mississippi Valley. Trips to the far side. Here's the quarterback. Back to pass. Jones looking, trying to find an open receiver. He'll take off with the football. 40, 45, and he throws the ball. Is it complete is the question.
Flag on the play.
Yeah, it's going to be a flag on the play, and he may have been past the line of scrimmage. But the catch was made by Ja'Cory Rankin.
Illegal forward pass.
And it is going to be an illegal forward pass.
5-yard penalty.
It's one of those times where you got to know where your feet are.
At all times, especially the quarterback position. You know, Jones is a dual threat quarterback. You can see in this replay, felt the pressure from the right-hand side, got away from one defender, escapes another one, but he crossed the line right there before he threw the football, which negated the pass and an opportunity to pick up the first down. Jones had to settle down throughout this game, in my opinion, and if the Delta Devils going to get back into this ball game.
Single receivers now, or I should say punting situation now for the Delta Devils. They're on 4th down. And they get this one away. Jackson State will have the ball in pretty good territory. Ball takes a little bit of a Delta Devil bounce. Now, they say that it touched a Jackson State player, but the official right there saying no, it didn't. And they'll get the ball back here just past the 20-yard line at about the 22-yard line. 8:40 remaining here in this first half of play. 14-7 our score.
Yeah, things are starting to settle down for both teams. We had a very exciting back-and-forth game in the first quarter. Both teams came out swinging and scoring points. And you can just see right now things are settling down, and the momentum is still on the side for Jackson State as their offense comes back on the field, led by their outstanding sophomore quarterback in Shedeur Sanders. Can Jackson State continue to establish themselves throwing the football? I believe so, but I really like how they inserted the running game as well with Wilkinson, having him get that touchdown late in the first quarter. Let's see what he plays out here in this series.
Here is the give. Cross the 20. Man, great defense by the Delta Devils as no gain on this play on 1st down for Jackson State. And Sylvian Wilkerson on the carry.
Yeah, good job there up front for the Delta Devils, clogging the running lanes and allowing Wilkinson to get nowhere on that last play.
8:18 remaining here in this first half of play. 14-7 is our score. Shedeur Sanders now will be in the shotgun. Wilkerson comes out of the backfield. Here's the throw, and he gets the throw out to the wide receiver. Still on his feet. That's
pick the block up.
Number 4, Dallas Daniels, across the midfield stripe. 45 and into Delta Devil territory at the 41-yard line. 1st down for Jackson State.
Excellent job there by Dallas Daniels as he bounced off a few defenders, was able to pick up the 1st down and more for Jackson State. As you can see in this replay here, watch the blitz come from the outside on Shedeur Sanders, standing tall in the pocket, finding his target right there in Dallas Daniels for the reception and more for Jackson State offense.
Ran into his tight end, DJ Stevens. Here's Daniels once again across the 40 to about the 37, maybe the 38-yard line on 1st down and 10. And Daniels putting in some work here for the Jackson State Tigers. He had 7 catches, 120 yards, and 3 touchdowns last week.
Jackson State continue to want to establish themselves offensively with this up-tempo style offense, not allowing the Delta Devils to have any substitutions up front. Give credit to the offensive coordinator for an excellent game plan early on throughout this first half.
4 receivers set, trips to the far side, 1 receiver to the near side. Here is Sanders, back to pass. The throw is caught just past the 35-yard line, maybe to the 34 or 33-yard line. A flag is on the play. Goes out once again to Willie Gaines, who has to come out of the ball game momentarily.
Yeah, once your helmet comes off your head, you got to go out for a play. Willie Gaines has been so active for the Jackson State Tigers throughout this first half with big receptions. You can see right there going to the sideline. He's disappointed because he has to come out for 1 play.
Roughing the passer against Mississippi Valley, and that puts Jackson State in excellent field position. At about the 17, make it the 18-yard line. It'll be 1st down and 10 at that point. 7:13 remaining here in this first half of play. It's Jackson State 14 and Mississippi Valley 7. Jackson State knocking on the door. Here's the give to Wilkerson across the 15 to the 10. Still on his feet to the 5. And he gets inside the 5 to about the 2-yard line.
Centauri, I tell you one thing, you can't break down Wilkerson with one player because he will bounce off it and make sure to make you miss, as you can see right here. Watch Wilkerson gets to the hole, bounce off one player right there, two, takes a licking and keeps on ticking as Wilkerson gets closer to the goal line for the Jackson State offense.
Boy, if you are Mississippi Valley, you are right at the doorstep. You got to try to protect that. If they can stop them and just get a field goal, stop them to a field goal, that'll be a big win for them. But for Jackson, they're trying to get into the end zone. Wilkerson with the big run. Here's the give once again, and he stopped. No, he did. It's a fumble on the play.
Huge break.
And the Delta Devils come away with the football as the Jackson State Tigers were trying to go into the end zone. Huge turnover for Jackson State, and this could be a huge break for the Delta Devils.
Yeah, the Delta Devils forced a turnover in the red zone against Jackson State.
We'll take this timeout. Is coming away with the football is a big number 93, Vaughn Jennings, the defensive lineman from Chester Springs, Pennsylvania, the Duquesne transfer.
He fumbled. Trying to stretch the ball. Hey, man, listen. The only thing that's stopping JSU is JSU. Offensively is JSU. That's it. That's it. Period, point blank. So the last two JSU drives, you had a fumble going into the end zone right then and there. And then you had a holding penalty bring back that. That's 14 points that you lose. It's preventing you from 28-7. But it's valid, man. It's nothing more, nothing less. It's valid. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're doing just enough to hold on, and JSU was doing just enough to keep them in the game, in my opinion, to keep them in the game. But it's valid. Hey, please like the stream, share the stream, man. You know, I didn't ask anybody to like it, but golly, I know some people that hopped in and hopped out. I see the numbers kind of went up a little bit, but like the stream. If you're rocking with the stream, like it, man. You ain't getting this nowhere else. Also, Cash App is pinned in the chat. It's $KSLP1020. Please feel free to support the channel. We got a long commercial break again, so it looks like it should resume pretty soon. Yep, it's long. So Valley has survived 3 dry. Look, think about it. They forced 2 punts, right? 2 punts, and then this.
Was recovered by Mississippi Valley. Vaughn Jennings coming up big here for the Delta Devils as they lose the ball inside the 5-yard line.
Yes, Satori, just a huge break there for the Delta Devils defensively, giving up some huge plays as well as forcing the first fumble and turnover on the road. You can see right there, it's going to play in the favor for them as Jones is running down the field.
And he gets a big run going out of bounds inside the 40-yard line of Jackson State. And Jones electrifying the Delta Devil faithful. Jones, the junior from Fannin, Mississippi, with a huge, huge run.
Huge break there by Jones. You can see right there, standing tall in the pocket, spinning away from the defender, but watch the speed as he separates from the defenders as well as the defense. Oh, excellent job there by Jones, the dual threat quarterback for the Delta Devils.
And it's 1st down and 10 for Mississippi Valley. Here is the give. Across the 40 down to about the 36-yard line. A flag on the play. And this is, if it's against Mississippi Valley, this is where you hurt yourself. On the carry, Ryan Whitaker, the 5'10 graduate student from Memphis, transfer from Lane College. And the Delta Devils back up to about the 43-yard line. 14-7 our score. And remember, all of this happening after Jackson State was on the doorstep of scoring. Wilkerson with the ball. Had he have kept that ball in there, he might have gotten down to the 1 yard line, but instead it goes right out of his hands and into the hands of Mississippi Valley.
Yeah, huge opportunity for the Delta Devils offensively right now. Jones feels like he's settling down offensively, taking off with his legs and helping his team be able to try to put some points up before halftime. Things is getting chippy out there.
And a little scuffle, it looks like, and that's the quarterback for the Delta Devils, Jones, who is really upset, and now one of the offensive linemen. Now one of the offensive linemen, Singh, upset as well, the 6'5" senior from Milwaukee.
See, Coach Dansy is getting pulled to the sideline as well. He's upset. You have to understand, too, these players know each other. They're in the same state. You can see big-time rival, as you can see in this replay here.
Oh, man, there was a hit after the play was over, and it looked like that Jones also was hit. And so the officials decide to let all of that go, and now there is a now Coach Dansy is out on the field talking with one of the officials. So there is no penalty, and they'll reset the game, the play clock to 25 seconds. Coach Dansy wanted a penalty against against Jackson State for roughing the quarterback, or I should say a penalty after the play was over. And so now it's 2nd down and 15.
And the Delta Devils come in with a new quarterback in TJ Goodwin, the junior, 6'5" junior, because the helmet came off on Jones. He had to go out
It's
for
a
one
wrong play, man. He ain't throwing a
So
ball.
now Goodwin will be on the field for Mississippi Valley. Here is the give to Caleb Johnson across the 40 down to about the 39-yard line. Goodwin attempted 2 passes last week against Delta State. Didn't complete any. And I think he just came in just to kind of hold the spot there. 3rd and 10 now for Mississippi Valley. Jones back in the ball game now for the Delta Devils. Huge 3rd down.
For Jackson State, you want to dial up a blitz and put pressure on Jones, force him out of the pocket.
Playing too conservative.
Trips to the near side. Jones back to pass, looking. The ball. Well, Jones is hit as he let the ball go. They say Jackson State University got the ball back and it was fumbled, but the play was whistled dead, and it'll be 4th down Mississippi Valley. Just as Jones was about to fire that ball, he was hit, and the ball came sailing out of his hands.
Look at the pressure from the outside, from the bottom left. Number 42 is able to get away from the offensive lineman and bring the pressure to Jones to be able to knock the ball out right as he was throwing it. Excellent job up front for the Jackson State Tigers. Defensive line won that battle and able to now force a 3-and-out and a punt for the Delta Devils.
Jeremiah Brown, the linebacker, was the one that hit Jones' hand. And here's the kick by Mississippi Valley. And they'll try to make sure that this ball is down. And actually, Jackson State will get a fair catch at about the 11 or 12-yard line. And it'll be 1st down and 10. 4:20 remaining here in this first half of play. 14-7 is our score.
Yeah, the defense came up huge for Jackson State on that last series, even though they gave up that big run for Jones to lay them down the field. Give credit to the defensive coordinator as well as the Jackson State Tigers defense, especially up front, bringing pressure against Jones, as well as forcing the Delta Devils off the field, giving the ball back to their sophomore quarterback in Shador Sanders.
Well, after today's game for Jackson State, they'll hit the road for the next 2 weeks, a couple of long road trips. One to Alabama State, and that's going to be Alabama State's homecoming next weekend.
Wow.
And then they'll take off and go to Daytona Beach. Take on Bethune-Cookman, who's at home today, battling Grambling. Here is the give. Across the 10, 15, out to the 20, out to the 25. And all kind of players being run over and flags on the play after everything was done.
38 special line.
Looks like it might be a late hit out of bounds as Marshall stepped out, number 38 for Jackson State running back.
Late hit called against Mississippi Valley. 15 yards tacked on to the end of the run. Santee Marshall on the carry for Jackson State.
You see right here, Marshall bounced to the outside. He's way out of bounds right there. It was a late hit.
Yeah,
The Delta Devils.
Yeah, that was a good call. Things getting a little bit chippy down on the field now between these two teams, old rivals. Sanders back to pass. Now he'll scramble. Sanders still looking. He'll keep the ball and go out of bounds. Probably the best decision.
Yeah, smart decision there by the sophomore quarterback, Shador Sanders. Didn't like what he saw down the field, but trying to extend the play with his legs. Didn't cost the offense too much offensively there. Was able to get out of bounds for a no gain.
And that will bring up 2nd down and 6. The ball resting at the 42-yard line.
Man, attack that, man. He's 10 yards off.
3 receivers set now for Mississippi Valley. Sanders gets it across the middle to his target. That's going to be Dallas Daniels, who gets inside the 40 to about the 36-yard line. And that brings up a 1st down for Jackson State.
Good job there by Shador Sanders, standing tall in the pocket, waiting patiently for his receiver to get open. Dallas Daniels was able to get away from the defender, pick up the reception and the 1st down for the Jackson State Tigers.
And it looks like we have a timeout on the field. We'll keep it right here. It'll be 1st down and 10 for Jackson State at the 38-yard line when the timeout is over. You know, if you're Coach Dansy, and we heard Coach Sanders talk so passionately about Coach Dansy and the job that he's done at Mississippi Valley. We all know that the budget at Valley is not the same as it is at other schools, but what Coach Dansy has been able to do in energizing the fan base and energizing this team has been incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, Coach Dansy, I want to say, won about 4 games last season for the Delta Devils, as well as the momentum, as well as what he's bringing to the program. He's a former defensive coordinator, switched from the defensive side to the head coaching job. He had an interim position, and they made him a full-time job, and also got a contract extension. So Coach Dansy, you know, when we talked to Coach Prime, he spoke highly of him, said the cards are stacked against him, against the SWAC, you know, what he's facing as far as financially with the university, but he felt like Coach Dansy, in his opinion, is one of the top-tier coaches in the SWAC conference. And that says a lot when your top coach or a guy like Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, speaks highly of you. And you can tell Mississippi Valley State, the Delta Devils offensively came out red hot in the first half. Things settled down for them, but they're here to compete against a very good team in the Jackson State Tigers.
And no gain on that play by Jackson State, and just a scrappy bunch. You know, I remember talking to a couple of coaches at Valley, and that's one of the things they spoke about is just be scrappy, you know, get in there full of energy and just make sure you give 110%.
Coach Dansy, you got to like the effort. A few miscues throughout this first half, but he has to like the effort that he sees on both sides of the field for his team, offensively and defensively. Of
course, Dancy's also an alum of Jackson State University. Here is the throw down the field, looking incomplete.
Get the young man a TD,
Pass
bro.
was intended for Kevin Coleman Jr., the freshman from St. Louis.
I tell you, Jackson State got so many weapons coming off that football to the sideline in the wide receiver position. If you're DB right now, defensive back for the Delta Devils, you got to be on your heels because everyone that comes in off that sideline for Jackson State is coming in with fresh legs, and they're going to attack you deep and often. You can see on that last play, not an opportunity for them to get that reception, but they're going to come and attack that secondary of the Delta Devils.
To bring up 3rd down and 11 now. 71st meeting between these two teams. Here's Sanders back to pass. It's complete. 30, 25, down to about the 20-yard line of Mississippi Valley on the catch and the run. Once again, that is the freshman, Santee Marshall.
Excellent job there by the freshman and Marshall. You can see right here in this replay, was able to get away from the defender as he spun around. Watch this block right there. Even though it was not a block, the guy was able to stand there just enough to be able to help Marshall separate himself to pick up some more yards for the Jackson State Tigers.
Caleb Brunson on the tackle. Here is the run on 1st down. Once again, Marshall across the 20 to about the 18-yard line.
Jackson State wants to continue to come with that up-tempo style offense here in the red zone, try to put up some more points before halftime.
Trips to the near side. Here's the pass, complete inside the 15-yard line. Buckley with the catch for Jackson State University. The ball resting now to 13-yard line. 1:18 remaining here in this first half of play. 14-7 our score. Centoria Black, Lemont Williams. Third down and 3 now for Jackson State. Here's Sanders with the pass, complete to the tight end, tackled at the 11.
If Jackson State got to hurry up and get back to the line or call a timeout to be able to stop the clock. Just third down and 3 to go.
And they do stop the clock with 54 seconds remaining in the first half of play. And a penalty here against Valley.
Wow.
Giving Jackson an automatic first down. It'll be first and goal for Jackson State inside the 10 at about the 6-yard line.
You're Coach Dansy right now. You're very frustrated giving up that pass.
Roughing the passer penalty.
Coach Dansy, you got to be upset. A penalty in the red zone is not going to help you defensively. As you see a defensive back down, maybe be cramping a little bit.
That's Malcolm Johnson there, big-time defensive back from Houston, Texas. Let's take a look at that penalty again. Yep, there it is. There's a roughie.
Yeah.
And there you see the catch by the big tight end. Ronnie Thomas. And so now, Coach Dansy still all in the ear of the officials. He is furious. And he is letting them know about it.
Yeah, you can. If you're Coach Dansy, he's very frustrated because they call him roughing the passes for Shador Sanders. But it's times he felt like his quarterback and Jones has been hit late after a few run plays as well. We saw a couple plays where Jabari Jones' helmet came off and he had to go to the sideline. So I'm pretty sure Coach Dansy right now is preaching to the officials like, make it even and let's be fair with the roughing passing call on both sides of the field.
Boy, if he is preaching, boy, he is preaching several books right now because he is furious on the field. 54 seconds remaining here in the first half of play. So now we get back to live action. It'll be first down and goal to go now for Jackson State inside the 6-yard line. Shador Sanders in the shotgun. Sanders back to pass. Looking. He'll step up in the pocket, and he'll slide at about the 5-yard line.
Smart decision there by Shador Sanders. The sophomore didn't like what he saw back there in the secondary. He was trying to take off, use his legs, but as the pressure collapsed on, he slid down. Excellent job there by the sophomore. Smart decision.
Sanders out now in the shotgun. Man in motion now for Jackson State. Here's a swing pass. It is caught, and it's going to be a touchdown for Jackson State University. Out to J.D. Martin.
J.D. Martin comes out of the backfield and get his first touchdown for the Jackson State Tigers here in the first half. Good pass and catch there from the quarterback to J.D. Martin. Martin in a one-on-one opportunity, had a chance to get the football in some space, but also had enough speed to get to the corner of the end zone and put up another touchdown for Jackson State right before halftime.
Coach Prime having a few words over there with some of the team and personnel, and extra point tries up, and it is good. 21-7 now. Jackson State on top. 10 seconds remaining in the first half. That's not the way you want to end the first half if you're Mississippi Valley, but great presence of mind of Sanders to get that ball out into the flat.
Yeah, Shador Sanders liked what he saw in the coverage-wise, and you know that he was going to his receiver early and often as he swung the football over to the open field, the wide side of the field, to be able to give his football player enough time and space to be able to make a move. If you're the Delta Devils, you can't give up a play like that right before halftime. You have to feel like that was coming, but you got to give credit to Jackson State offensive coordinator as well as Shador Sanders connecting with his receiver for the touchdown.
Coming up at halftime, we'll talk about news and notes from the Southwestern Athletic Conference, give you scores from around the SWAC, and also we will see both of these outstanding bands from Jackson and from Mississippi State. So do not miss our halftime show coming up in about 10 seconds. And now they're playing a little down home blues.
They love their blues down there in Jackson, Mississippi.
Talk about blues, and of course, you can't talk about blues without B.B. King, native of Indianola, Mississippi, down in the Delta, not too far from Mississippi Valley State. Ball taken at the goal line, out to the 10, 15, out to the 20, maybe to the 21, 22-yard line. 3 seconds remaining in the first half of play. One more play left here in the first half. And tell you what, things have gotten a little bit more chippy down on that field.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that the chippiness is coming from the Delta Devil side right now. And the coaches are frustrated from Coach Dansy on down. If you're the Devils, you want to maybe be conservative on this play here, take a knee and be able to go and regroup and reload at halftime, because they came out red hot. The first play of the game in the first quarter would set the tone for them on the road against a very aggressive Jackson State defense.
That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to kneel it down here and go into the halftime locker room. 21-7 our score. And now the officials blow the whistle here for a second. Hold everything. The officials are blowing the whistle. So a penalty there.
All right, so they declined the penalties halftime. I'm gonna break away to some other games. Hold on, just for a second. I'm gonna look for the band stuff though. I know y'all like the band. It's Delaware State. I think Grambling and Bethune-Cookman is playing. I'm gonna bring it right back here in just a minute. I'm trying to see if they're gonna show the band stuff. Nah, I ain't trying to see that. I don't see the band stuff on here this time. Last week they had the band stuff on here where I could actually catch it. And I'm pretty sure the announcers are gonna talk. So I'm gonna play a little bit of this game real quick, and then I'm gonna come back to it. I'm gonna come back to the JSU halftime thing, and hopefully we'll see if they talk.
That puts you behind the chains, and it makes it more difficult for you to pick up those first downs and keep drives alive.
Soon as I switch over to their game, man, there's internet problems with the stream. And it's not me. It's this stream. Gotta love the HBCU experience. Gotta love that. She said, let's go Bethune. I kind of got Grambling winning this game, though. These dudes taking time out.
Timeout Bethune-Cookman before the punt.
Right now, we'd like to represent
1917.
Founded September 19.
That looked too easy. Let's see who else is playing. No, y'all only care about one game. I'll come back to the Bethune and Grambling if necessary. I just want to see if they're going to halftime it up. But yeah, ESPN ain't got the JSU band on for the halftime. Yeah, ESPN Plus usually on the Watch app they'll have the halftime show as its own separate show. That's why I was able to play it last week, is because they had their own stream. But it looked like they don't have a stream for it set up today. It looked like we just got standard ESPN Plus coverage. Yep.
Troy said, yeah, you're saving hundreds with the home and auto bundle from Progressive, but there's no saving that casserole.
I just love that word bundle. It's so fun. So you have two things coming together like force of nature. Like it's really meant to be, you know?
Yes. Yes, I do. I'm so glad you want to save money. Rodney, set up a bundle for John Ham.
Of course. John, is it still cool if I catch a ride home with you?
I never said it was.
You know, but technically you didn't say it wasn't.
It's not.
Yet.
Find it, try it, paint it, love it. Find it, try it, paint it, love it. Find it, try it, paint it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Raise those hands. Let everybody know you went deep.
This is the time of year when things get real. Sunday Night Baseball, Sundays at 7 on ESPN.
We're making it hot, we're making it hot.
So let's see who right. Let's see who right. When halftime ends, will JSU dominate? I don't think so. They left 14 points out there in the first half. Yep. Everybody broke away after halftime. By the way, the commercials online are different than the commercials on TV. It's weird. Who y'all got for the game of the week? FAMU or FAMU or Alabama A&M? Who y'all got? Come on, man, with the long commercial break, bro. Just go on and cut the boom on. I got FAMU. I think they're going to blow out A&M.
Seven is our score. Jackson State on top of Valley at halftime. Taking a look at some of the SWAC news and notes. Big announcement by the SWAC as the Phillies and the SWAC have a mentorship program that will happen.
Yeah, that's an excellent job for the young men, for the guys to be able to get mentored by the Phillies.
Jackson State University, a trio of players onto the SWAC All Honors for this past week.
I mean, you got Shador Sanders on offense, you got Aubrey Miller on defense, player of the week, and you got Wilkerson as the newcomer of the week. Excellent trio of players right there for Jackson State this week.
Also, Richard Garcia III from Texas Southern University, also SWAC Player of the Week. And Why Not Us, the Southern Dance Team on ESPN Plus. Episode 6 of Why Not Us, available now on ESPN. 8-episode series focuses on fabulous dancing downs of Southern University, and the SWAC News and Notes brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, the official outdoor provider for the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And now taking a look at the SWAC scoreboard, brought to you by Chevrolet, proud supporters of the SWAC. Game right now, of course, Bethune-Cookman trailing Grambling at home 19-17.
Yeah, very competitive game right now for Grambling State on the road against Bethune-Cookman. You can see right there, Coach Hugh Jackson got his guys ready to go after losing on the road against Jackson State. They're focused as they're in a tight game against Bethune-Cookman in Florida.
Other games going on, Texas Southern UTSA later on, A&M and Florida A&M, 6 p.m. on ESPN+. Prairie View and Alabama State tonight, and then Pine Bluff and Alcorn, the late game at 7 p.m. And now the SWAC upcoming schedule brought to you by Pepsi Zero Sugar, the official partner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
You can see right there Bethune-Cookman going on the road against Alabama A&M in Huntsville. But the game I want to see next week is the Alabama State versus the Texas Southern Tigers in Houston, Texas. That's going to be a really good game as well. You got Alabama A&M versus Southern, and you got Prairie View on the road against Grambling State up in Dallas for the State Fair Classic.
That'll be a huge game at the State Fair Classic between PV and Grambling. That's the SWAC upcoming schedule brought to you by Pepsi Zero Sugar, the official partner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. When we come back, more of the Jackson State University Sonic Boom of the South as we're here at Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium. Back right after this.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but
Man. I'm trying to survive commercial. Let's take a look and see what's going on. That's a good game.
4th down.
Dylan Lee with the illegal block below the waist. Now another punt coming for Benjamin Lennon for Bethune-Cookman.
Yeah, once you're outside the tackle
Right
box
down
in
the
an
bag.
open field, you cannot cut low anymore. You have to stay above the waist when you're engaged with a defender. So that would have been a 15-yard penalty had they accepted it, but with it being 4th down, they're going to go ahead and take the play, force Bethune-Cookman to punt it away. Grambling will they get good field position, see if they can open it up and get some more points here before half.
Remember, it's JSU
Benjamin
ball
Lennon.
coming out of halftime.
Transfer from Utah. He's an Aussie rules football player before playing American football. Good pressure, but Lennon's punt is away. And a bad penalty there. Defenseless receiver. But we'll see if Grambling tries to take this back. There's a flag. They might decline that penalty. It's all the way up into Bethune-Cookman territory. Seemed like a broken play to the tackle of the would-be return man.
Yeah, that's just sometimes you have physical penalties and sometimes you have mental penalties. That was a mental penalty by Bethune-Cookman. I mean, clearly you cannot hit the guy. Now, he got pushed in the back by the Grambling blocker, which kind of made his momentum go into the receiver. I don't know if the officials picked that up, but you saw number 2 push him in the back, and his momentum carried him into the defender. So let's see the
Jalen
call.
Joseph, who was taken down, he was ready to return that kick.
Illegal block in the back. Receiving team number 6. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. 1st down.
There you go. So there's no penalty for running into the receiver. It's the block in the back. Excellent call by this officiating crew.
Goes against Ray Estes for Grambling.
So now that may change the dynamic for Coach Hugh Jackson on how aggressive he wants to be offensively here in the final 64 seconds, depending on where this penalty flag ends up spotting the football.
Instead of having the ball around the 35-yard line, Bethune-Cookman, it comes all the way back inside the 20. Grambling would start at the 17 with 1:04 left in the first half.
They want to play it a little safe here. See how Coach Hugh Jackson, but he decides to dial up. Hawkins so far in the first half. Now he's starting.
My bad, y'all. More important things are going on right now in the sports world.
All right.
Mr. Calvin Berry is the director of the professionals. Ms. Chloe Ashley Cooley is the director of the banking JSU. And Ms. Courtney Lynch is the administrative assistant. On behalf of our president, Mr. Trevor Johnson, this has been the voiceover from Richie Myers. Thank you, and good evening.
21-7 our score. Jackson State University on top of Mississippi Valley as halftime activities wrap up here in Jackson, Mississippi at Veterans Memorial Stadium. Santoria Black along with Lemont Williams. And Lemont, you know, we saw the bands out there exciting, celebrating Greek life. But Jackson State, they had to be celebrating that last touchdown they scored in the second half. But as we look to the second half, what do these two teams have to do?
If you're Jackson State, you got to continue to be dominant on offense. You mean Shador Sanders is doing a really good job offensively, moving the ball down the field, spreading it out to his receivers, showing a lot of love. But if you're the Delta Devils, you got to get back to running the football with Caleb Johnson as well as Jones. Jones has shown some positive steps too at the quarterback position, and that's with that offense. Hopefully, he can continue that in the second half.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you take a look at this first half, there were a number of plays that just really stood out. It starts right here. Caleb Johnson, a big run to start things out.
Yeah, right out the chute, Caleb Johnson, the junior running back, with a huge run down the field for the Delta Devils, which set them up with his passing play and their first touchdown on the road for the Delta Devils.
And unfortunately, that'd be the only touchdown they would score in the first half. Shador Sanders then getting into the ball game.
Yeah, Shador Sanders finds some of the best receivers that he has in the SWAC conference. Willie Gaines right there for the Jackson State Tigers. But watch Wilkinson as he bounces off 1, 2, 3 defenders, keeps his balance and rolls into the end zone for the Jackson State Tigers.
And then, of course, Jackson State would cap things off in the second quarter with a big touchdown, a big play here. And, of course, keeping his footing is the big guy, Dallas Daniels.
Yeah, Dallas Daniels was very active for the Jackson State Tigers throughout that first half. You saw that on the last play. Well, look at this play here by the quarterback, Jamari Jones, as he gets away for a couple of defenders, spins to the outside and helps the Delta Devils down the field. But right before halftime, Shador Sanders found one of his receivers on the swing route for the touchdown to give him 21 points before halftime.
Taking a look at the halftime stats presented to you by Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
You can see right there the Delta Devils have been one-dimensional, knowing that they want to come in, establish themselves with the running game, 138 yards and only 36 yards of passing. They need to kind of find a balanced attack. They want to get back into this game in the second half.
You look at Jackson State University, you talk about a little bit of an imbalance here. 240 yards in the air, but only 63 on the ground. And at one point, they had -4 yards.
Yeah, they had to sprinkle some kind of running game into that, as well as bringing Wilkerson in. He fumbled the football, ended up sitting on the sideline throughout that second quarter. But for Coach Prime, I know he came into the halftime locker room, really want to motivate his guys for the second half and want to put this game away early in the third quarter.
One of the numbers down there, really important, though. Valley 1 for 6 on third downs, and we talked about how important it was to extend drives.
Yeah, that's important. You want to be able to sustain the drive and keep that offense of the high-powered offense of the Jackson State Tigers on the sideline and be able to keep their offense, the Delta Devils offense, on the field with the running game and also control the clock, the time of possession. If you want to get back into this game to Coach Dansy, that's how you're going to do it. The running game, controlling the clock, but not any more miscues. A lot of miscues in the first half of the Delta Devils as well as turnovers. You want to be able to focus in on being able to lock in on the Jackson State Tigers defense and execute when you have the football.
And you just saw a shot of Isaiah Bolden, number 23 for Jackson State University. He is an electrifying player. Coach Prime spoke about him during our conference that we had with him. And here come the Delta Devils. And for them, it's just making sure like you said, defensively, just making sure that you get Jackson State off the field. And on offense, don't give them the ball back. Unfortunately for the Delta Devils, after that touchdown Jackson State scored, they'll have to kick the ball away to start the second half.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to start on defense here in the second half, beginning of the third quarter. For the Delta Devils, you want to continue to bring pressure up front. They did a really good job early on throughout the first quarter, as well as early in the second quarter, bringing pressure against the sophomore quarterback in Shador Sanders, taking them down for a couple of sacks. You want to continue to bring that pressure throughout the second half, but also force turnovers. You want to force some turnovers against this Jackson State high-powered offense and get them frustrated throughout the second half.
Well, as you can see, the Jackson State University faithful here at Veterans Memorial Stadium, having a lot of fun here at the Vet. And of course, a big 2-game stand for them with Grambling and Mississippi Valley. And then next week, they are on the road. I should say that on October the 8th, they're on the road. They take on Alabama State, then at Bethune-Cookman. They'll come back against Campbell and Southern, and then finish with Texas Southern, Alabama A&M, and Alcorn. Here is the opening kick of the second half, and it will sail past the legs of the Jackson State player, and they say it's going to be out of bounds. Bolden did not touch the ball, and a couple of coaches not happy about that because they thought that Bolden went after the ball and may have touched it, but nonetheless, it'll be a procedure penalty against Mississippi Valley.
Yeah, another miscue there from Mississippi Valley. You know, you can't keep stacking up the miscues if you want to get back into this football game against a very talented team like Jackson State. If you're Coach Prime right now, you want to see how you guys make halftime adjustments. We see the replay right here, and the ball just actually bounced out of bounds.
Yeah, I think the ref may have waved that penalty off, but it looked like Isaiah Bolden may have touched that football. And if he, right there at the 4-yard line. So a huge break for Mississippi Valley.
I'll take that back. Not a miscue. Huge opportunity for the Delta Devils defense.
First down and 10 for Jackson State. Here is the give. Across the 5, out to the 10. The freshman getting across the 15, 20, 30, 40.
Wow.
Midfield, 40. One man to beat. And he's going to take it to the
He got
5-yard
tackled,
line,
bud.
down
Use
inside
your
the 5 at
blocker.
about the 3. The freshman,
Ain't no freshman.
Santee Marshall, with a huge run, and it's first and goal, Jackson State.
Well, Santori, right out the chute, I want to see what Jackson State will do as far as halftime adjustments. But give it to the freshman in Marshall as he busts wide open down the sideline. As you can see right there, Marshall crossing over the 50-yard line for the Jackson State Tigers, cuts back in. Wanted one more block, but it was also brought down right there before he crosses the goal line on the 3-yard line. But excellent job by the freshman coming out of halftime with some fresh legs and new motivation. Jackson State offense is rolling here early on in the third quarter.
From the Valley 4-yard line to down to the Valley 4-yard line, and here's the throw inside. Touchdown, Jackson State University. And on the catch for JSU is Shane Hooks. And right away, Jackson State went from their own 4 to the Valley 4 into the Valley of the end zone.
Yeah, it didn't take long for Jackson State offense to move down the field. Give credit to the freshman in Marshall getting into the red zone. But Chador Sanders, the sophomore, wants to go to his top receiver, his big receiver as well, 6'4" receiver on the quick slant. That's Hooks for the touchdown reception.
27-7 our score. Here's the extra point try. It's up, and it is good. 28-7. And as you see right off the bat, miscue. And then all of a sudden, here comes Jackson State. Big play on offense, and the freshman coming back with a huge, huge run. And again, you know, we saw that fumble earlier by Sevion Wilkerson, and we haven't seen him back. And now the freshman getting his opportunity, Marshall.
And it looks like it's Marshall right now. If you're Coach Prime, you're going to keep Marshall in with that explosive speed that you can see here in this replay. Look at Marshall as he cuts back the vision to be able to get to the hole, but watch the explosiveness as he escapes from the defender, running down the sideline, crossing over the 50-yard line, cuts it right back in. He needed one more block to get into the end zone. Unfortunately, he was brought down. Good effort there by Mississippi Valley.
Santee was supposed to, once he got gains to give him a push, he was supposed to go wide side and just run to the right. Instead, he stayed near the sideline, which ultimately get him tackled.
Spoke about technique with Coach Prime this past week during our conference call.
And he ain't no damn freshman. Yeah, these commentators is trash. Hot garbage.
Taller than the average defensive back, and he has the frame to be able to shield off the defender. Good job by Shador Sanders to allow his receivers to do the quick slant, get some separation, but also block off the defender and put the ball exactly where he needed to be able to get reception and get the touchdown.
Here is the kick, and it'll come down to Mississippi Valley at the goal line, out to the 10, 15, out to the 20, and the Delta Devils will have the ball first down and 10 at about the 24-yard line. You're just under 14 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
If you're the Delta Devils and Coach Dansy right now, you want to be able to come back out and fire offensively. Don't forget they came out the first play of the game and had a huge run, as we saw Jackson State did on that last series with their freshman in Marshall. I mean, give the ball to Caleb Johnson. Hopefully he can get going offensively to be able to allow Jackson State to load the box and be able to help open up that passing game from Jones to be able to throw the football down the field.
So it'll be first down and 10 for Jackson State for Mississippi Valley. 13:57 remaining here in this third quarter. Here's a give to Johnson across the 25 to about the 26-yard line. Gain of 2 yards on the play. And that'll bring up second down and about 8. And Johnson slow getting up. You don't want to see that.
No, you don't want to see that at all. If you're Coach Dansy and the Delta Devils offensive staff, you want to be able to see Caleb Johnson back up off the floor in the ground, because he's going to take a lot of hits this second half. They're going to depend on those legs in order for them to get back into this football game. And if you're Jones, the quarterback, you got to be able to also rely on your legs as well, because we saw throughout that first half, he was a dual threat for the Delta Devils offense. They're going to lean on those legs as well for Jones to be able to get back into this game throughout the second half.
Second down and 8 now for the Delta Devils. Here is the give to Johnson. He gets across the line of scrimmage. Depending on where they spot the ball at, maybe a gain of a yard or 2 on the play. Not much, as that Jackson State University front seven really stingy right now.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Jackson State defensively is loading the box and forcing actually the Delta Devils to throw the football, because they know they're going to run the football with Caleb Johnson. And you can really see they're loading 8 men into the box to be able to force the Delta Devils in the passing situation.
It's the third down and 7 here for the Delta Devils. They've got a stack trips formation to the near side. Jones going deep, trying to find an open receiver, incomplete. As the pass was intended for Orlando Wiggins, I should say, with the intended receiver.
Wiggins is not the intended receiver.
Wanted to go to the backside receiver in the man coverage. Good job by the Jackson State Tigers staying home and staying on top of that coverage, forcing a 3 and out. 4th and 7 now for the Delta Devils as they punt the football back. So red hot Jackson State offense.
Here is the kick by Mississippi Valley. It looked like it hit a player from Jackson State, and it falls into the hands of one of the Tigers. And for Jackson State, fortunately, it did. The ball will be at the 35-yard line. 28-7, our score. Jackson State on top, trying to remain undefeated
since 1837.
Man, listen, bro. The commentators they are beyond trash. They are beyond garbage, man. They are sewage. They're old garbage with funk on it and maggots. They are sewage. These dudes don't know right from wrong, man. Wiggins is a DB, not the intended receiver. These dudes don't know the rosters. Even if you don't know the rosters, you have them in front of you. You got offensive. You got everybody on the offense and their numbers, everybody on the defense and their numbers. You have this information available to you. You should be prepping this before your games. And then you turn around, you got the same thing for the other team. Why is you mixing these people up? ESPN Plus is 3rd and 8. They got 2nd and 8. You know what I'm saying? It's craziness. But that was a good first series by the defense. It was a good 2-play drive by the offense to go 95 yards. Which that run brings back up the rushing total. So, if you look at the stats, you really couldn't tell that in the first half, you know what I'm saying, JSU wasn't that dominant on the ground. It wasn't. But coming out in the second half, they had a big play running, and then, Shane gets some easy 6. But it's about what people do from this point forward, man. You're down 28-7. Should be 42-7. Let's see if JSU can score 20-something points this quarter. They score 20-something points is a wrap for sure.
From Mississippi Valley, and of course, the Jackson State University Tigers will start this drive at their own 35-yard line. 3 touchdowns in front, first down and 10. Here's little give out across the 35. And on the carry for Jackson State Caleb Jolivet, the senior from Houston, Texas. Boy, I'm telling you, it's loaded. When you're talking about these running backs. Santee Marshall, who's a senior in New Orleans, went to Carr High School, one of the premier programs.
Defense this year is, yes, better than last year.
And we have not seen Wilkerson
No, we're not.
since that fumble.
You know, when we talked to Prime throughout this week, he talked about, Wilkerson earning that opportunity because of fumbles of previous running backs. And you can definitely tell he doesn't like when his running backs call for football, and we haven't seen Wilkerson ever since.
Willie Gaines not able to come up with the football, thrown a little bit low by Sanders.
Doris Sanders trying to find Willie Gaines. Like you see the ball came up just a little bit short there on that last pass.
Looks like Gaines is trying to come back to the ball just a little bit. It's 3rd down and 7 here. Here is Sanders, and he throws the ball out of bounds. The nearest receiver for Jackson State was the tight end DJ Stevens.
That was bad communication between him and Dallas. Short throw.
Missed opportunity there
Gaines.
Offensively for Jackson State.
3 and out. Yeah, rare 3 and out.
That's 3 and outs by this defense.
Got to be happy with Coach Dansy right now. I mean, getting an opportunity to get the football back to some really good football. I mean, field position offensively. Hopefully they can get something going with Caleb Johnson.
Here's the kick, a low kick, and it comes down at about the 23-yard line. Short return there for Mississippi Valley. And Kobe Bates, the redshirt freshman from Jacksonville, with a small return, and the Delta Devils will take over 1st down and 10 as we're just over 11 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter.
No turnovers by Valley. That's why they ain't getting a rocker knocked off. If we see some
For
turnovers,
the
we'll
Delta
start to see
Devils,
it
after
spin.
their game here against Jackson State, they'll start the month of October off with Florida A&M on the road, it looks like. And then Alcorn at home and at Alabama State, then at home against Bethune-Cookman. Here is the give. Across the 25, up to about the 27, 28-yard line, depending on the spot.
And it looks like the Delta Devils switched up their running back, number 39. It looks like now Thomas Jr. out of Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, the junior got a little bit of time in the first half of play, giving Caleb Johnson a little bit of a break. That would be 2nd down and 5. Here is the give, and stopped behind the line of scrimmage. A whole host of blue shirts stopping the ball there, led by, it looks like the linebacker, Niles Gaddy, who had a big game. The big games these past few weeks. He's been huge on defense.
Yeah, Gaddy comes right on in. Seems like come unblocked. As a host of players in the backfield for Jackson State to stop that running play. Good job there. Good play calling for the defensive coordinator as well to bring pressure against the Delta Devils offense.
And once again, Jones in trouble, trying to find an opening, and he just throws this one away.
Yeah.
Nobody will have a chance to get that.
Yeah, Jones escapes the pressure from the outside. He's able to extend the play a little bit more with his legs. As you can see him limping right there going to the sideline. Didn't like what he saw down the field and just threw it away to live for another down. Unfortunately, that was 3rd down. This is going to force them to punt the ball again.
And Jones lays on the ground. He may have a cramp right here as he's trying to walk it off. As again, the heat, humidity will cause those cramps out there on the field. Here's the punt. High spiraling kick that will come all the way down to about the 20-yard line. Great job escaping some pressure initially, and John Huggins able to get to about right around the 20-yard line. 1st down and 10 for Jackson State University. Timeout on the field. 28-7, Jackson State on top.
What's the flag doing up there? These people just retarded, bro. Yeah, man, the commentating this game is trash. Pure trash. Come on, man. Give me some likes, bro. I don't ask for a lot. Like the stream. It's a slow game. This is the game that Valley needs. Oh, SWAC Football he's streaming it. SWAC Football is doing it. Man, they horrible, bro. Like it's crazy. I can't even get through the game. Like it's a problem. It's a problem. You don't know the rosters. You can't identify the people in the roster. You don't know nothing about these people. You calling seniors, freshmen. It's trash, bro. And I don't know, they might have messed up and said, oh boy, a senior from somewhere else. I'm thinking that how is he a senior from somewhere else? It's crazy, man. Yeah, man. But if you enjoying the stream, like the stream, you know what I'm saying? I know it ain't the game that everybody wanted. They wanted the first half blowout. I did. I wanted the first half blowout, but JSU has shot themselves in the well, they control the game, but they also have shot themselves in the foot.
28-7 our score. Jackson State University with the football. Single receivers to both sides here for Jackson State.
Like they call blocking
the ball
back.
Inside the 10-yard line.
That's why they get
run out
bagged
to
up.
about the 15. Clock continues to run. 9.5 remaining here in this third quarter, and one of the Delta Devils has to come out of the ball game because his helmet came off. That is the big defensive lineman Lucas Banks, the 6'1" sophomore from Houston, Texas.
Jackson going back with the up-tempo style here in the third quarter.
2nd and 4. Here is the throw. Caught. 20 out to about the 25-yard line.
Flag on the play.
Flag on the play? How? Oh, is it face mask?
Looks like it's going to be holding against Jackson State.
How?
Going to be holding against Jackson State. Quadarius Davis, the wide receiver from Dallas, on the catch. And that holding will back Jackson State up.
Centauri, I believe that Jackson State's going to be a little bit more patient offensively than not. There's no sense of urgency with a 21-point lead here at home in front of their home fans. They want to establish themselves priorities, running the football, but also if they see something open from a passing game standpoint, they're going to take advantage of that as well. Maybe look to go more to their tight end and Stevens throughout this series.
Sanders back to pass. Caught!
Go, Coleman.
At the 35,
turn it on, boy.
40.
There you go. Get in the end zone.
There it is.
Oh, you ain't going to score.
Kevin Coleman Jr.,
the
freshman from St. Louis.
You ran out of the X button.
Big gain on the play, and it's 1st down and 10 for Jackson State.
Yeah. Kevin Coleman Jr. comes into the game.
Adewale.
See Shador Sanders finds this receiver right there in stride, takes a hit, and get away from a couple defenders. But watch the speed as he cuts back against the grain, be able to pick up some more yards for the Jackson State offense.
And a false start after a big play.
They got second and third string receivers.
Dissect that film and start talking about, hey, you got a good play and then you back it up. Eight minutes remaining in the third quarter. Buckley now coming back into the game. In the backfield, Santee Marshall from New Orleans. Here's the throw. Buckley on the catch.
Cameron Buckley with the reception.
7:40 remaining in the third quarter. Ball resting at the 23-yard line of Mississippi Valley. Sanders going up top, looking for the receiver. Incomplete. Tried to find Buckley.
Good coverage there by the defensive back against Buckley. As Jackson thought it was a free play because they felt like the Delta Devils defensive lineman jumped off sides, so they thought it had a free play. You can see this replay right here. Shador Sanders taking advantage of that, going deep to Buckley. Nice blanket coverage there by the defensive back to be able to.
Caleb Alexander, the defensive back from Phoenix City, Alabama, with the coverage for Mississippi Valley. Here's Sanders back to pass, throws, looking, caught. Oh, it's incomplete. Pass was intended for Dallas Daniels.
He put the ball on you tough like he was supposed to because he knew you was running to the safety.
Looked like it was right there. A lot of traffic after the ball arrived.
Watch this hit by Lee as he comes across the middle. Good shot there by the defensive back, number 5, drawing out the football for an incomplete pass.
Fourth down and 7. Lee on the coverage, knocking that ball out, possibly saving a score.
What kind of defense is this?
Jackson State going for it on 4th and 7. Sanders back to pass.
Easy
now
first
looking
down.
out to the 15, to the 10, and out of bounds at the 7-yard line, and a flag on the play.
I seen the flag earlier. It's on JSU. Walk them back 5 yards.
And that is going to be holding against Jackson State. That'll back them up 10 yards.
Yeah, if you're Coach Prime right now, you're very frustrated with your offensive line. A couple of holding penalties during this series. You can see right here, number 72 at the top. That's a defensive end trying to get us around the end. Well, that was a tight one there as they call a holding call on number 72 as Shador Sanders escapes and picks up the first down, but that's negated by the holding call.
Dimitri Jordan was the guilty party, and now Jackson State will punt the football.
Remember, he playing. He ain't trying to blow.
So
he ain't trying to blow him out.
So it remains 4th down.
He ain't trying to blow him out, bro. He ain't trying to blow him out.
They'll try to coffin corner this kick here. Ball hits. Nice job by the special teams from Jackson State.
Saldago.
Jacob Polite.
Polite.
Polite gets a tremendous bounce, and he downs the ball right at about the 1-yard line. 28-7 our score. We'll be right back.
Yeah, they did. They got every flag, bro. Every flag on that play, they got it. But Dallas Daniels, though, Shador put the ball on Dallas. He's supposed to catch that ball, man. He catch that ball right there, take the shot. It's 1st and goal. I mean, Valley hadn't stopped the offense. The offense has stopped the offense. Those penalties, though, man, the penalties is crazy. They already had one to take points off the board. So it's that. It's that, man. They get a flag on it. Yep. That series they did, the referee's trying to keep the game low, man. You got to think about it. Ajay, as you've seen, Dallas is playing. He's had several big catches. He's probably got close to 100 yards. Not over, but close to 100 yards receiving. I think that last play would have probably made it even closer, if not over 100 yards receiving. He just didn't hold on to that. But I see Shador and them playing into the 4th quarter now. Until I think it ain't gonna be pretty much no dogs calling off like that. I think Shador probably throws for almost close to 400 yards. He's got to be somewhere around 320, 350, something like that. Yeah, Daniels did. Yep, Daniels did. He has been balling out. I would like to see Savion Wilkerson come back in the game because I think that's he fumbled. Okay, whoop-de-doo. But, this type of game, too, though, also plays to the benefit of Santee Marshall and the smaller backs.
If you're Coach Prime, you're excited to see your your special teams go down there and stop the ball right before it hits the goal line. And you got to give your defense an opportunity to make a play, and that's right there. Defensively, they coming out, they smell pressure. They're going to put pressure, and they smell blood in the water, and they're going to bring it to the Delta Devils offense.
When you're on special teams, sometimes you don't get big plays or opportunities to make big plays. And there you saw a huge play there. And so now the Delta Devils deep in their own territory after the ball being down by Jacob Polite, who also serves as the long snapper on this team.
Oh, and you in shotgun?
So it's first down for Valley. And here you got to be careful. No holding, anything like that. And Jones will run this right out of the shadows of the goal line, getting big yardage, a huge push by the offensive line. And Jones will get near the 7-yard line.
Yeah, good job there by the offensive line, by the Delta Devils, winning the battle up front, pushing that Powell to be able to allow the quarterback Jones to pick up some yards.
Been playing all game.
Separate themselves from the goal line and give them some space offensively.
Jalen Jones, the offensive lineman, has to come off the field for one play as he lost his helmet.
JSU got a backup. Got several backups in the game on the front line. It's 2 backups in the game.
Snap was a little bit high. Here's the give out to about the 6, maybe the 7. Dangerous snap. They're on second down.
Yeah, it's kind of high there to Jones. You do not want any more miscues and turnovers if you're if you're the Delta Devils here on the road against a really strong defensive team like the Jackson State Tigers.
Mississippi Valley changing their personnel a little bit. Quentin King coming out of the ball game for Mississippi Valley. Here's Jones back to pass, looking. He is under tremendous pressure. Fumble on the play. And let's see who comes away with it. If you're Valley, you hope you have the ball, because if not, Jackson's got the ball inside the 10.
Good job there by Jackson State, bringing pressure down the middle, forcing Jones to step up in the pocket and take a big hit as he drops the football. You can see right here, look at the pressure by number 90 coming straight down Main Street. As Jones tried to step up and make a pass, ended up dropping the football. Football's recovered by Mississippi Valley.
Katrin Evans, the defensive lineman, doing a great job of putting the pressure on. It's 4th down and 5.
His name is Katron Evans.
And now the Delta Devils will have to punt deep inside their own end zone.
And look at Jack Boy, right, Jack Boy. You can tell by how conservative that he playing, bro. He ain't trying to blow him out. Like his foot ain't even on the neck like that.
1 yard away, maybe, from that end line in the back of the end zone. And so anything that's a snap over the head or
yeah, appreciate you for tuning in, man.
Anything that happens.
All I ask is that you like the stream. If you feel like donating, man, my cash app is pinned.
Special teams right now.
This play is under review. The last play is under review, I should say. You could be looking at a couple of things. One is, was it a fumble, incomplete pass? Who recovered it? So it'll be a number of things that they could be looking at right now. We see the referee and the back judge actually now talking and trying to get some things straightened out.
Definitely see the pressure coming down the middle.
That's a fumble
against Jones as he tried to step up and he released the football, throwing it down.
Fourth down and 5 now. So, again, Mississippi Valley will have to punt the ball away. Hernandez gets one high up in the air. This one will take Jackson back past the 50, 40. Jackson will have the ball about their own 33-yard line.
I mean, still really good field position right now for the sophomore quarterback, Shador Sanders, as we've seen the last couple of series, him moving the football down the field by throwing the football out to his receivers, as well as utilizing some and sprinkling a little bit of running game as well. For Coach Sanders, you want to continue to put the pressure on the Delta Devils defense with your sophomore quarterback, Shador Sanders, be able to hit his receivers early and often and let them make plays in space.
Gaines on the return for Jackson State. And now the Jackson State Tigers will have the ball first down and 10. Ball at the 32-yard line. 4.5 remaining in the third quarter. Caught, and Dallas Daniels once again doing some magic. 25, and he'll be down right at about the 20-yard line. Boy, Daniels so strong.
Yeah, Daniels didn't want to go down. Dallas Daniels has been so active throughout this game for Jackson State Tigers offensively. You can tell that chemistry is huge right now between Shador Sanders and Daniels. Be able to throw the football out in space and just let Daniels do his thing. I mean, he can get away from the first defender, but also he refuses to go down each and every play.
From the 20-yard line, here's Sanders back to pass.
Here it is.
Over the middle, incomplete. Wow, you can't get more open than that. Shane Hooks can't get his hooks on the football. And, man, he's going to have nightmares about that.
Yeah, the 6'4" senior is very frustrated right now as he drops a wide open pass from Shador Sanders. As you can see, Shador steps up in the pocket, thinking it's a touchdown, but oh no, Hooks drops the football there. As he takes his eyes off the football, you got to complete the play as well as bringing the reception to your body. Missed opportunity there by Hooks as well as Jackson State offense.
Jackson State facing second down and 10. Here is the throw, and it is incomplete. Great job breaking up that pass. Number 20, Jordan, or Johnson, I should say, the defensive back from Biloxi. Actually, it's Lindsey on the coverage. Lindsey breaks that pass up, and now Jackson State will have the ball third down and 10 at the 20-yard line.
Shador Sanders right now, and you want to focus on getting the first down, extending this offensive drive, and be able to stay on the field in this red zone. If you get a shot at the end zone, I say take it if you're the sophomore, but try to get the first down.
Here's Sanders looking, getting the ball to his receiver, and out of bounds. And once again, it's Dallas Daniels. And on the coverage there for Mississippi Valley is going to be Frederick McGee, the senior from Leakesville, Mississippi.
When in doubt, go to Dallas Daniels. If you're Shador Sanders, you can see right here his favorite target throughout the game. Good coverage there by the Delta Devils, but Dallas Daniels doing a phenomenal job separating himself from the defensive back as well as getting the reception and the first down for the Jackson State Tigers.
First and goal now for Jackson State. So we got a fresh set of downs. Mississippi Valley will try to defend. Here's Sanders going to the
Gotta
flat.
be a flag. Gotta be a
And
flag.
it's going to be a flag. Hooks was the intended receiver. Lindsey on the coverage.
Lindsey is outmatched against Hooks at 6'4". Shador wanted to go up top, use that big frame, tall stature of Hooks. You can see right here, wanted to go up high. But Lindsey is all over Hooks as he couldn't get separated from the defensive back, which drew in the flags.
So Jackson State will have the ball first and goal again. 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Ball at the 2-yard line. Here is the give. And in is that a touchdown? Touchdown, Jackson State University. J.D. Martin on the run. And it's now 34-7 Jackson State.
Jackson State inserts J.D. Martin, a junior, running back into the backfield to be able to pick up his first touchdown, rushing touchdown this afternoon for Jackson State. Give credit to the offensive line to be able to make that, be able to push that pile, to be able to separate and allow J.D. Martin to get in for his first rushing touchdown for the Jackson State offense.
34-7 our score. Extra point try coming up just like they did last week. Struggled against scrambling a little bit. It was 14-7 for a while, and all of a sudden scored at the end of the half. And now another touchdown on the board here. 35-7 now the score. 2:51 remaining.
Look, y'all. Georgia gave up 22 points to Kent State. They only won by 17. Michigan won by 7. Clemson won in the second overtime against Wake Forest. Penn State won 33-14. Pitt 45-24. Louisville 41-3 over USF. Ole Miss is tied with Tulsa. UNC up 7. 17-3 MTSU over Miami. Texas up 3 over Texas Tech. Tennessee 3-0.
2, Alabama A&M 3, Alabama State 4, Bethune 5, and Valley 6.
Listen to me closely. JSU gotta win by they gotta win by more than 35 points to impress the pollsters. So to keep impressing the pollsters, they gotta score another 14 points. If they could score at the end of this quarter and the top of the fourth quarter, that'll be perfect for JSU because you'll be up 40. You know what I'm saying? You'll be where you need to be. But they really do need that 56. They need that 56 bunch.
Of course, Jackson State, after their dominating win against FAMU, winning against Valley here today, the East right now is going a little bit chalk. I can't say so much for the West because of that huge win that Texas Southern had against Southern.
Yeah.
They shut them out.
Yeah, Texas Southern went up there and owned Southern Jaguars in Dallas. That was kind of not really surprising to me, but to a lot of people across the world. Texas Southern had a lot of freshmen last year that grew up on the road and took some hits, but they're sophomores and they're being very competitive throughout the season. I really believe Prairie View is going to win that West. I really think Bubba McDowell, his first year as a head coach, finally get the opportunity to take over that program. He's really doing some really good jobs. People are sleeping on Prairie View. I think Prairie View is going to come in and surprise a lot of people. We know Jackson State and what they can bring to the table on the east side, but I'm leaning towards.
Listen, there was a flag on the play, and they're making them re-kick.
So there's a procedure penalty, and so they'll re-kick here. We asked Coach Prime this week during our conference call, what is it that the players have taught you? What lesson have you learned from the player? And he said, first thing he said, well, they definitely haven't taught me patience. But he did say they've taught him a lot about communication and how to communicate.
Yeah. And you can definitely tell, he said the way he talks to certain players, he can't approach all his players that way. How he talks to Bolden is different how he would talk to Travis Hunter and get him motivated. So you can definitely tell Coach Prime is learning. It's a win-win for both things, for both players. For the players to be able to play under Coach Prime, with his legacy from a football and baseball player, Hall of Famer, to be able to now Coach Prime is actually learning from the young generation, learning from young players like Travis Hunter, Bolden in the secondary, these young players that he spoke highly of, as well as Dustin Daniels. Dallas Daniels, as well as his son. He talked about, his son, Shador Sanders, getting better each and every week. You can definitely tell communication is a huge factor for him in his coaching style.
This kick will come down at about the 4-yard line, out to the 10, 15. Ooh, nice hit right at about the 19-yard line. And that's where the Delta Devils will take over first down and 10. The other thing that, he spoke about is just, we were talking about just the life lessons that he's teaching. It's not only about learning for Coach Brown, but notice we said during our conference, it wasn't just about learning, but it's applying what he's learned.
Yeah, and also he talked about, out of the 95%, he said 100% players play the game, only 95% will graduate, only 5% will transition into the NFL. He said he wants to focus more on the 95% of the players, teach them life skills and be able to be prepared for not just football on the field, but life after football once they walk and graduate from Jackson State. Coach Prime is really bringing, to me, he elevates the program, but also he's bringing a lot of intangibles, things that, players look for from a father figure as well as a mentor to these players. And, it's special. I played at Howard University, played under Steve Wilson. Steve Wilson did an excellent job coaching his players up, not just on the field, but also off the field. I can definitely see that with Coach Prime. He's doing an excellent job by teaching his players how to be professionals on the field. He talked about going all out for only 2.5 minutes, but then he also talked about graduating to being being a professional, being a man, and being, going into fatherhood. So he brings a good, well-rounded balance to the Jackson State program.
And a stoppage of play here. It's going to be a false start against Mississippi Valley. I was looking at some of the things that he told his players the first day of class, and he says, no slides. And repeated it 3 times.
No slides. Sit in front of the class.
Yep, sit in front of the class. Ask questions, all kinds of things that he was just telling his kids in order to make sure that they understand how important it is to have good character in the classroom as well. 35-7 is our score. We're under 2 minutes here in the third quarter. Last week was the W.C. Gordon Classic here in Jackson. Of course, longtime coach, W.C. Gordon, Jackson State University. Here's Jones back to pass, and he gets leveled as he let the ball go. Johnson was the intended receiver. W.C. Gordon, of course, won a conference state champion in 1966 at Temple High School, and then, of course, went on to win titles in baseball and in football at Jackson State. As you can see, an incomplete pass there. Was inducted into the SWAC Hall of Fame in 1994. Claimed all or part of 8 SWAC football titles, 80 through 82, 85 through 88, 1990. One of the things that a lot of people didn't know about W.C. Gordon is he was a huge Jazz fan. Picked off by Jackson State, and that's going to be 6 more on the board.
You can see right there, you can see it coming as the linebacker smelled that play, set back in his drop, was able to read the coverage and also close in on the interception. Huge interception.
That is not a linebacker. That is a safety.
It right now here in Jackson, Mississippi.
Kevrick Wiggins Jr., cornerback from Spring, Texas. Transfer from Louisiana Monroe. It's a touchdown.
See right here as
that wasn't even Kevrick.
Progressions, linebacker steps right in front of the coverage. Right in front.
That was Huggins. Huggins.
The back of the end zone with his teammates.
Point after attempt coming up for Jackson State. 41-7 now, and another big third quarter for Jackson State.
You knew they was going to make some halftime adjustments. Coach Brown was going to get into them from the first half performance, and now you can definitely tell things are starting to settle down for Jackson State. Offensively, they was able to move the ball down the field, and now they're starting to roll here late in this third quarter.
I don't know what it is that he says at halftime for those adjustments and what he's got in that toolbox, but I can tell you what, whatever adjustments he makes, it definitely works. 2 weeks in a row, they've struggled in the first half, and then they come out in the second half and just absolutely obliterate their opponent in the third quarter. Extra point try coming up. The hold is down, the kick is up, and it is good as it sails towards the facility. 1:27 remaining in the third quarter. Glenn Masiak with the extra point. The Mata is done for the day.
See right here, Jones just drops back thinking that he has the opportunity to make a connection with his receiver, but no. As a linebacker steps right in front of that route to take that interception back to the house for a touchdown.
Hey, y'all need to pull up your pending orders and go through the cancel orders and all your cancel orders and disputes.
A junior from Daytona Beach.
And actually check that Huggins is listed as a safety, not a linebacker, but at 6'2", big old safety coming across the middle with the interception for that return for a touchdown.
I'll tell you what, this band is exciting the crowd. Man, you can really tell that this fan base, with everything that the city of Jackson has gone through, it's kind of one of those things where the fans come and they get a chance to forget about all of the other things that have happened for them.
Sports brings that to the world that we live in. We have an opportunity to escape from your personal issues for 3.5 hours and be able to enjoy yourself, especially what they've been seeing the last 2 weeks out of the Jackson State Tigers, their home fans, to be able to come out here and celebrate and have fun. despite the water issues they've been having in the city as well as in the state. You just see, you just tell Jackson State is really, really motivated. Their fan base is really loyal. They will come out and support you. Right now, they got to be excited what they're seeing offensively with them.
My bad, y'all. I told y'all don't work.
Tom's been in for the last 2 series. They haven't really seen Caleb Johnson as much throughout this late in his third quarter. Don't know if he's still battling an injury or we saw him getting off the field a little bit late and getting up slow. So now with Thomas in there, hopefully they can help the Delta Devils offense with some fresh legs.
.38 seconds remaining in the third quarter. New quarterback in the ball game. Here's the give once again to Thomas. Goodwin is the new quarterback in the ball game for Mississippi Valley. From Houston, Texas, transferred from UTEP.
Goodwin came in a little bit earlier in the game for a couple snaps when Jones' helmet went off. And now you can definitely tell they gave him the keys to the offense here late in his third quarter. He's going to play the majority of the fourth quarter as we tick down, rolling into the fourth quarter.
Here we get ready to roll into the final stanza here at Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium. You see Coach Prime walking to the other end of the field. And Jackson State on their way to another big win. You can see right here the Jackson State offense just exploding for points, especially here in the third quarter. And there's the interception return for a touchdown.
Seriously? Now there's a hole in your defense. Look at the size of that. Is that a goat?
You talking about me?
I think this goat is saying gap.
Must be talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
So who's talking about the money Aflac pays to help close that gap?
Aflac, yeah, Aflac, yeah.
It's about to go down, baby.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Aflac
is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
All electric with room for up to 7. It's the SUV Electric has been waiting for. The all-new EQB from Mercedes-Benz.
This will help you find it what you're looking for. Turn off all the negativity, turn up the stereo.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
Yo, I used to listen to you when I was a kid. That's what's up.
People don't have the chutzpah for rhymes anymore.
Is that a girlfriend?
You can't kidnap your own dad. I don't have time to explain it, but the word kid is in it.
FX's Atlanta, the final season. All new Thursdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Guys, I got a game today. I need a ride.
But it's only Saturday.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. College kid.
Who took my helmet?
Ready.
I don't even know why I was playing a commercial trip. I was just sitting here working, man. That's what work will do to you. Distract the heck out of you. Yeah, Timon, I agree with you. Defense need to score again. Or really special teams need to score. You get a special team score or a defensive score, you cool. Something got to shake. Something got to shake. They got to get to 50 though. Real talk. They're in the 40s. They got to get to 50. They're averaging in SWAC play. They're averaging 60 points. So they would have to have like 3 touchdowns to get to that mark, and I don't know if they'll score 3 touchdowns.
And you see some of the Jackson State Tiger football team starting to celebrate here a little bit early as we're starting the fourth quarter. Mississippi Valley with the football, new quarterback in the ball game for the Delta Devils. Here's the give to the running back across the 30-yard line to maybe the 31. They'll call it the 33-yard line. Niles Gaddy with the stop. And on the carry for Mississippi Valley, Jacoby Thomas from Orlando. New quarterback in the ball game again is T.J. Goodwin.
Yeah, T.J. Goodwin coming in, trying to get something going offensively for the Delta Devils as they're down huge on the road against Jackson State. You got to give credit to the Tigers, though. They won that third quarter on all levels. I mean, offensively, defensively, and special teams helped them get great field position. Coach Prime got them motivated right after halftime.
Here is the give. Gain of maybe a yard or so on the play. Goodwin in 2 games played this year, 3 of 15 passing, 16 yards, I should say, 16 yards, no touchdowns.
Yeah, what we're going to see from the Tigers defensively, they're going to load up the box. They're going to force the Delta Devils to throw the football here, being down on the road. You want to see what Goodwin can do with his arm because they're going to force you to throw the football here through the next couple of plays.
The ball resting at the 35-yard line, 3rd down and 5. And here's the give, and they will stop the clock. False start against Mississippi Valley. Well, coming into this game, Jackson had won 7 in a row. They won both meetings in the Coach Prime era, winning 43-7 at home in the spring and 28-19 at Valley in the fall of 21. Overall, Jackson is 61-7-2 against Mississippi Valley.
What was the record again? 67-2?
61-7-2. 71st meeting between the 2 teams.
You can say Jackson pretty much owned this rivalry between the state. From the pressures.
Here's good one, long pass, and it's incomplete. Couldn't find the open receiver.
Excellent job there by the Tigers, dialing up the blitz from the outside, bringing 2 guys from the bottom left to really force Goodwin to throw the ball faster than he anticipated. Another 3 and out for the Delta Devils offense, giving it back to the Tigers.
Fourth down and 10. 42-7 our score. 12:51 remaining in the game. Here comes some pressure. This one is a high spiraling kick. Sends Jackson State all the way back inside the 30 to about the 28-yard line. Great kick by the Delta Devils. 42-7 our score. 12:39 remaining here in the ball game. We'll be right back.
Building champions for life didn't just happen.
So here we go. Who comes out to play quarterback? If he pulls Shador, that means Shador got over 300 passing. If he plays Shador, that means Shador is close to breaking a single season record or something like that. But I don't think that he's happy with the offense because they left about 21 points on the board, or they would have already been at 60. But I don't think that he want to pour on how he's pouring on right now. I mean, he's only up 35 points. So I don't see why scoring another 14 points would be a problem, especially when you're trying to impress the posters and stuff like that. So I feel like that's what we're about to see. We might see one more Shador series. One more Shador series. Small city. Let me see. It should definitely be. But you're seeing a lot of second and third team people play. They've been playing the whole game, though. Big Country been playing D tackle a lot. This game, they've been resting some people. So I think they've been looking at Big Country, getting film on him or what he can do or whatnot. I just think he ain't been able to crack the rotation because of so much talent in front of him that he's competing with, more than what he probably faced at Florida State, unless he nursing the injury real bad. He trying to get over.
Scores to update you on that. Now Bethune has taken the lead over Grambling.
Great matchup there. You know, Hugh Jackson had the lead early on with 19-17, but it looks like Bethune-Cookman has fought them, found a way to get back into the football game, now leading only by 1 point, 20-19.
Texas Southern right now trailing UTSA by 14-7. Here is the give. Running back in the ball game now for Jackson State University. But Davis on the carry. He's actually a wide receiver.
Davis actually going out to the sideline as rotations just keep coming along for Jackson State offense. I mean, they're loaded with offensive weapons. Offensively, I mean, wide receiver position now. Also, we're seeing in the running back position. You know, Coach Prime is going to be very patient offensively here. Score 42-7. I don't anticipate them to be able to be too aggressive offensively, but they want to be able to keep those chains moving. So they're going to be able to run the football as well as throw in open space.
You saw the tight end in motion. And here is the quarterback, Sanders, back to pass across the 30 to about the 35-yard line.
Conversion from Sanders to J.D. Martin.
J.D. Martin on the reception.
You know, that
Jackson State.
And that swing route has been working for Jackson State throughout this whole game. J.D. Martin on that last reception we saw early on. Shador Sanders go to that same route right before halftime to get another touchdown, get 21 points before half. So it's something about that swing route that Shador Sanders like with his running backs coming out in the flats.
Trips to the near side now for Jackson State. Here's Sanders back to pass. Looking, steps up in the pocket. 35, 40, 45 midfield. And he's down at about the 47-yard line. That's enough for a Jackson State first down.
Smart play there by the sophomore quarterback, Shador Sanders. Decided to take the run right out the gate. You can tell you that once he got the football, he decided to run. He saw the coverage, nobody's there. Then just takes off down the middle. No one's be able to cover him, as Shador Sanders has shown himself to be more of a runner this year than a lot last year as a freshman. You see he's comfortable running the football down the middle of that defense.
Here's Sanders with the pass. Caught. Well, that pass looked like it was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Great job by the receiver to haul that one in. And on the catch for Jackson State, Kevin Coleman Jr. First down for Jackson State.
Jackson's going back with the up-tempo style offense right now as they cross over the 50-yard line. Watch Shador Sanders try to fire his receiver down the sideline.
3 receivers set. Here's Sanders with the pass, and it's complete. Just a 4 receiver set, and this time he comes out to Shane Hooks. And they're not going to call a fumble, I believe. Are they going to call this a fumble? Nope.
The frustration there by the Delta Devils secondary.
Yep.
Defensive back thought it was a fumble. And Shador went exactly to the outside. I anticipated him to go to the Hooks down on the sideline. He actually caught him right before he made his strides. Good pitch and catch there by Shador Sanders, finding Hooks, the 6'4" wide receiver, off on the sideline.
So a shot at the Jackson State band. You got to be in shape to be with the band.
Absolutely, you got to be in shape with the band.
Here's Sanders back to pass, looking, steps up, great delivery. Caught it about the 15-yard line. And on the catch, Trevante Rucker.
Good pass protection up front there for Shador Sanders to be able to stay in the pocket and wait patiently for his receiver to get open for that reception.
42-7 the score. Jackson State knocking on the door once again. Under 9 minutes remaining in the ball game. Sanders pass. Once again gets it out to the wide receiver, Rucker. And he's inside or right at the 10-yard line, I should say. And now you got a Mississippi Valley player down. Abdul Lee, the defensive back from Starkville, Mississippi, was starting to walk back towards the line of scrimmage and just all of a sudden just fell down and laid down.
Yeah, it looks like he was either cramping as he was going back to the huddle, but I guess he was in too much pain to be able to get back to the huddle as he just laid down waiting on assistance.
So 42-7 our score. We'll take this break. We'll be right back.
We decided it's time to put a different.
Yeah, this should be our last drive for sure. The way they let him throw the ball, this is last drive for sure. Yeah. So he's gonna hit this number right here. He need a passing touchdown. He said he just wanted to touch Prime. You crazy. You crazy. Because y'all know he going to run out there, you know what I'm saying, and check on all the kids. You know what I'm saying? He going to go out there and make sure they're straight. I hope he okay too. Free handshake to Coach Prime, you feel me? Man, I tell y'all the truth. But yeah, man, throw him up the stream, man. Throw him up the stream. Feel free to bless the channel, bro. Support the channel. You know what I'm saying? Cash App KSLP1020. You'll see this ugly face in a red, black, and white shirt. That'll be I. And support, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all been here all day rocking with me 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all like the stream, man. Yeah, y'all ain't getting the stream where, you know, people just doing whatever. Let me do an update real quick. $14-10, Florida over Tennessee. MTSU got the ball back and they're driving. Notre Dame and UNC tied. Ole Miss tied. There's some strange football going on right now. Strange football.
Tigers knocking on the door once again, 42-7 to score. Sanders now rolling out, looking for an open receiver, and it is caught, and that's going to be a touchdown, Jackson State.
And that's what you want to see from the Jackson State Tigers right out the timeout, a scoring opportunity as they celebrate in the end zone. Bucky getting his first touchdown here for the Jackson State Tigers. Good pitch and catch there from Shador Sanders to his wide receiver in the man-to-man coverage, and Buckley to get the reception for the touchdown for the Tigers.
48-7 now after the touchdown pass from Sanders to Buckley. 8:15 remaining here in the ball game. Extra point try coming up. It is up, and it is good. 49-7.
Seeing the replay here, the rollout pass there by Shador Sanders. Just patiently wait for his receiver to get open. Buckley in the man-to-man coverage separates from the defender and receive his first receiving touchdown here this evening against the Delta Devil secondary.
And so now, Mississippi Valley just had to come in and just try to put something together and put a drive together. As you can see, Coach Dansy just
Frustrated.
Just frustrated. He had some things that didn't go his way and some calls that didn't go his way. Right now, just frustrated with kind of everything at this point. And we got to go back to the drawing board. You got some more games you got to play.
Absolutely.
After this game here, you got the month of October, which is not going to get any easier. FAMU, Alcorn, Alabama State, and Bethune, all coming up in October. Then in November, Alabama A&M, Southern, and Prairie View. So this is definitely not going to be an easy stretch here for the Delta Devils.
I mean, if you're Coach Dansy, if you want to hang your head on some positives, I thought they came out, early on with Caleb Johnson. They had a game plan and just felt like it fell apart throughout that late in the first half, early in the third quarter. But again, for the Delta Devils, it's going to always be an uphill battle for them offensively as well as defensively, especially going against Jackson State. Jackson State had too many weapons for them to counter, and it just felt like Mississippi Valley State ran out of energy and effort throughout that third quarter. Now we're here in the fourth quarter with a score of 49-7.
Yep, definitely a challenging day here for the Delta Devils, but coaches say all the time, you have to live to fight another day. Fans still in it here in Jackson, Mississippi. So it is warm here, and then you can see the players.
It's a difference between seeing the shot from Mississippi Valley State sideline and we pan over to Jackson State. They're having a party on the sideline.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Well-deserved party. I know Coach Prime got into them at halftime.
Here is the run. Nothing doing on first down. Of course, basketball media days are coming up. Men's basketball media day will be on the 27th. Women's basketball media day on the 28th. You start looking at both the media days for the men and the women. On the women's side, can head coach Tamika Reed from Jackson State have a repeat performance of what they did last year? She nearly pulled off the upset at LSU.
Man, I'm telling you, that program there is reloading. I just feel like Jackson State women's basketball team is going to pretty much dominate out the gate, in the SWAC. They're going to take their lumps playing the money games against bigger programs. But Jackson State, man, I was impressed what I saw from the women's basketball team against LSU in the tournament.
Yep.
And I can't wait for this season. I mean, right now you have Jackson State women's basketball program. On the top of the food chain, you got Prairie View, you have Texas Southern. I want to see how things pan out on the women's side of basketball throughout the season.
On the men's side, you see Texas Southern University, which got a big win in Dayton last year in the opening round, went into the main bracket. Texas Southern head coach Johnny Jones. Alabama A&M played very well last year. And so we're going to see what happens. And then, of course, you can't count out teams like Jackson State. You can't count out Grambling. You can't count out Alabama State. I mean, there's just a lot of teams who really made some moves last year. Even Alcorn under Landon Bussey, they've made some real big moves.
There's a lot of imparity right now in the basketball on the men's side. I mean, I'm going to lean towards most Coach Jones, and I've seen a lot of his basketball program and covering and working the games for Texas Southern basketball program. I mean, they had that upset against Florida on the road at SEC schools. So Coach Jones, his coaching staff gets these guys well prepared each and every game. I'm a fan of Texas Southern basketball, but there are more teams out there. There's other competitive squads. Prairie View has a really good competitive squad once they play Texas Southern. And like you said, Jackson State. I mean, Southern, I really thought Southern was competitive throughout some of the games. And your team, I mean, Grambling State. I thought Grambling State did a phenomenal job throughout the season as well. So a lot of imparity as far as you don't really know how it's going to pan out until it gets all the way down to the SWAC tournament.
Going to take a timeout here. Punting situation coming up from Mississippi Valley, 49-7. We'll be right back.
We made USAA.
Man, he played buddy ball. He did. Yes, he did. He could have went for it when they was inside, when they was on the 30-yard line. He could have let Mata try a 40-something yard field goal, or he could have went for it. You know what I'm saying? He could have went for it. They had a bad second quarter. I'll say, first half. Let's just call it that. They had a bad little first half. Although they put up 21 points, they should have had 35 points, 42 points at halftime. Some things did. I mean, Valley did create some opportunities for themselves defensively. by slowing things down. And Shador missed some throws, a couple, and then you had some drops. But I don't expect to see Shador again, but I expect to see Jackson State score again. So I think 56-7. I don't know. Maybe it's a quick score because they got Nugget back there returning the punt with somebody else. So if they can return this punt right here and then, come out and get another stop and grind and, let the backup quarterback come out and throw it around a little bit, maybe we will get to 66-7. Maybe. And then maybe we don't say that he played buddy ball, but we probably still gonna say that he played buddy ball if they get to 66, because it could have easily been a little bit worse than what it is. Yeah. You think the defense let Valley score on purpose? I wouldn't say let them score on purpose. But I think the first drive they came out vanilla. They didn't blitz. They didn't bring any pressure in that first look. They just sat back. I would say it's a look scheme against that front because you got to think the linebackers was back.
As well as, the classic game up there in Dallas.
State Fair Classic, absolutely. Here's the punt. Great punt here. And it will come down at about the 30-yard line. Now to the 32, and great hit. Jackson State will have ball at about the 32-yard line. Yeah, the State Fair Classic is huge every single year. It is the opening weekend of the Texas State Fair.
Yeah.
And so there's always a concert. There's always, all the food. And, I'm a food fan. Okay. And
You're foodie like me,
I am a food fan. When I went to Jackson, there was good sausage there. There was great food there. There's a couple of nice establishments that have burgers that just make you just pass out.
Yeah.
When you go to the State Fair, everything is fried. Twinkies, Oreos, butter,
Shador's
fried
still out
butter,
there.
fried beer.
Y'all
Just
know what that
everything is
means.
fried.
Yeah, you got to check your diet at the table, at the gate when you go to up there in Dallas during this time of the year.
Here is the give across the 30 to about the 34-yard line. 6:19 remaining in the ball game on the carry for Jackson State. It's Santee Marshall. But yeah, if you have a diet, it's gone. I mean, just everything is. I think chili is fried. Just so much fried, a Coca-Cola float, just all kinds of things. Really, you got to go to your doctor after you get them there. So, incredible.
High blood pressure.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Here's Sanders back to pass. Complete. And that's Marshall once again.
Santee Marshall, the senior out of New Orleans. I want to correct ourselves earlier. We called him a freshman, but he's definitely a senior out of New Orleans. Really impressive game throughout this game for him. And huge runs for the offense. And safe to say, it seems like he's earned him a spot as the starter going into next week after the fumble of Wilkinson.
All kinds of movement going on. This will be a free play. Sanders going downfield, looking for the opening, incomplete to Willie Gaines. But there was a flag on the play, so it looks like that Jackson State will get some positive yards out of this if this does go against Mississippi Valley.
I'm intrigued to see how this. I'm intrigued to see how things play out from the running back position for Jackson State because you see Shador Sanders going deep for a deep shot. Willie Gaines turns around, but back to what we were talking about Wilkerson. We talked about Coach gave him so much praise throughout the week and how he earned the opportunity. He's been a workhorse for them, tough player. And he caught
Look at him,
ball,
they ain't even got the down right
throughout the game, and it just felt like once he did that, when you're on a talented team like that with the roster so deep, Marshall just steps right in and just fills the gap, fill that void from the running back perspective. And it seems like to me he's the guy that Coach Prime's going to lean on.
Nah, man, you stick with Wilkerson, man. You stick with Wilkerson.
Well, Wilkerson gets back into the game, and he gets a carry.
Santee ain't going to change. Wilkerson's a threat. He had a boo-boo, but he,
We talk about all of the talk about Coach Prime and some of these great coaches, legendary coaches in the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and the hit but the receiver breaks a tackle, able to get downfield. It'll be a first down for Jackson State. But yeah, just so many great coaches. You think about guys like you.
The next JSU game is on the 8th. They play Bama State. I'm supposed to be in South Carolina that weekend unless we cancel going to this show. It's a possibility that if we do cancel, yes. If we don't, then you won't see a thumbnail if I ain't. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody hanging in and you know what I mean, sticking it out. But I will have the other games streamed though. I will have them streamed up.
Increasing, and it just feels like Shedeur Sanders is really playing at an all-time level right now.
Ronnie Thomas down for Mississippi Valley, 49-7 our score. We'll be right back.
But yeah, more than likely. I mean, I could stream it, but I wouldn't have the flexibility to be able to mute the way I need to mute where I would be at. I probably could. But now I'm supposed to, in 2 weeks, I'm supposed to be at an event. So I don't know. But yeah, man, just thumb up the stream. You know what I'm saying? You're feeling, like you want to donate, you know what I'm saying? The Cash App is pinned. $KSLP1020. I appreciate everybody tapping in, you know what I mean? I could have, been on other people's channels or other streams or whatever. I don't know the quality of the streams, but I don't be having internet issues. Let's just say that. Got another one. Yeah, he did. He did that at Tennessee State. I was at the Southern Heritage Classic. Everybody that went down, he met Eddie George out there and shook all his players' hands that was down, patted them on the helmet and everything. Hell, he would have shook dude hand who got ejected. If he came near him, I think that was a bogus call. We got to let Shedeur take some hits, you feel me? But, how do y'all feel about this win, though? For everybody that's tapped in, tuned in, let me know how y'all feel about this win. Straight up. How do y'all feel about this whole win thing? Are you satisfied? What?
Shedeur Sanders, of course, player of the game. Our player of the game brought to you by Pepsi Zero Sugar, proud sponsors of the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Yeah, throwing for over 400 yards, 408 to be exact, 4 scoring touchdowns. Shedeur Sanders is outstanding sophomore. Put on the show here in front of his home fans, back-to-back home games.
Of course, after this weekend, they will hit the road. And here is the give out to about the 20-yard line, 3:36 in counting left in this ball game. So for Jackson, they get the week off next week. They go into the bye week, which is good if you're Jackson State because you get a chance. If you got any bumps, bruises, nicks, and dings, you can go ahead and heal those. But you can also get back to work a little bit because you got a stretch coming up. You go to Alabama State for their homecoming in Montgomery.
The defensive end lined up off sides.
Before getting
Let's see if they call it.
And then Southern. That's going to be a big one.
Let's see if they call the DN off sides. Nope.
Sanders back to pass, looking for the open receiver, and it nearly picked off. Did it get picked off?
Oh, yes.
They said it was intercepted.
He finally threw an interception.
So the Delta Devils get
it shouldn't even been an interception. The defensive end was lined up off sides.
Is Caleb Alexander, sophomore from Phoenix City, Alabama.
Huge play there by the secondary as well as the cornerback to go up high to get the interception, producing the first turnover and an interception in 2 weeks for Shedeur Sanders. As you can see right here, he just stands in the pocket, throws it out there. Excellent job by the defensive back to get his hands up, focus, and concentrate on the football. Come down with the INT.
And they were looking to decide, hey, did I get it? Did I get it? Yes, he got it.
I don't think he did,
Excellent
but it's
job.
close.
Look at this once again. Looking up. Got up with one hand and grabbed it out of the air.
Nice athletic move there.
Get it to him, man. Get it to him on effort. That's what he get. He shouldn't have
Valley
been
will
in
get the
throwing the
ball
ball.
back
He
now
wouldn't
with
have had no pick.
2:57 remaining in the contest. Here is the give. Big
Strip
run
it.
here for the Delta Devils. And with the carry for Mississippi Valley, Ryan Whitaker, the running back from Memphis. Time keeps ticking. 2:43 remaining in the ball game.
Whitaker comes in with fresh legs. You can definitely see that on the last play, bouncing it to the outside for the Delta Devils and picking up the first down.
So there's going to be a penalty against Jackson State. That's a 15-yard penalty, face mask penalty. And Valley will get the ball first down and 10 at the 31-yard line with 2:37 remaining in the ball game. 49-7 is our score. Some of the close games going on right now. Nice job at the point of the line of scrimmage. When you talk about someone who made something out of nothing, Ryan Whitaker bounced off of a defender, spun around and gained a couple of yards, maybe a yard on the play. It'll be second down and 8.
Yeah, the pressure came from the top side from the Jackson State Tigers defense. Whitaker was able to take the shot and spin off of it and continue to move forward and pick up 2 yards
Yes, I ain't trying to score.
for the offense.
49-7 our score, second down and 8.
And no urgency, no sense of
Talk about
urgency to
basketball.
try to
Can't wait
score.
see that. It's
Damn,
a
we're
lot of
already
good
there.
teams.
Yeah, it's around the corner.
Mike, please, you got to show me something, bro. You did all of this, making it known you was coming to JSU over
1:32 remaining in
FAMU.
the ball game. Taking off with the football is
Damn,
TJ
he got
Goodwin.
smacked.
It's to about the 30.
Why you ain't throw the ball, bro? Let them pick you off.
Talking about all the teams on the women, some of the teams on the women's side. You know, we obviously talked about Jackson State. because of what
49-7.
Tamika Reed
Wow.
and Jackson State did last year, nearly pulling off the upset against
Frederick,
LSU,
you're
but there was
correct.
someone else that took
Should
her
have
team a
been,
long way.
yeah, it
Dawn
could have been
Thornton from
72.
Pop-Up really
They
took her
left.
team a
They
long way
left
in the
about
tournament.
3 touchdowns
She's got a
on the
good squad
field.
coming back. Sandy Pugh, Prairie definitely knows how to win.
They did leave
Carlos
3
Funches,
touchdowns on the field.
who was at Southern University. And interesting note about Carlos Funches, he won the dunk contest.
Wow.
When he was a player during the NCAA tournament, he won the dunk contest while a player at ULM. Here's a run up to about the 39-yard line. 38 seconds left. It's all academic right here. And the Delta Devils will fall to 0-4. Jackson State will go to 4-0 with the win here. This is a conference game, so it'll be the first loss for Valley. The first win second win for Jackson State. They already have one win in the can as they beat Florida A&M first week of the season. You see Coach Dansy walking out onto the field and Coach Prawn coming from the other side. The two will meet. Very good friends, well respected, respect each other tremendously.
Yeah, he played buddy ball, man.
You know, the game was very competitive early on in the first half. Give credit to Jackson State. Be able to make those halftime adjustments. Came out and dominated the third quarter on all 3 levels, offensively, defensively, and special team helped them with field position. And Coach Prime, you know he has an outstanding son and quarterback in Shador Sanders, throwing for over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. Unfortunately, he threw an interception late in the game, but he played phenomenal, finding the open targets, taking what he was given.
Yeah, he played.
Also
He played.
hitting guys down the field. Give credit to Jackson State. They rolled in the second half for their 4th
He
victory
played
here
it
in
all
the
the way.
2022 season.
And their defense only giving up 1 touchdown in this ball game. One touchdown.
Only 1 touchdown.
So the final score from Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium, 49-7.
Yeah.
So for Lamont
Hey.
Williams, I'm saying
Hey,
Tori
man,
Black
that's right,
saying
right,
so
man.
long from Jackson. Final score 49-7. All games airing on the ESPN networks are streaming live and
See, they ain't even got nobody to interview him after the game, bro. You know what I'm saying? I think the next time we really see them like that is when they play Bama State. If Bama State win today, you might get Jay and Tiff coming back out, or you may see them the Southern game. Yep, you might see them the Southern game, but yes, absolutely, man. Coach played buddy ball. I mean, rightfully so. Does he respect dancing more than Hugh? That's another question to be asked. But he definitely played buddy ball right there. Several opportunities to get some extra points, man, and he didn't take it. He didn't take it at all. They do. You have to dial into the pregame show to get some of that, some of the stuff. Yeah, Dansy is JSU all day, man. You know what I'm saying? Look at this game right here. 7-point game, 9 minutes to go.
If you make the PAT, they have to make the 2-point conversion at some point. But
this time we got to bring that
I like your
back.
thinking, Ken. I would do the same.
There we go.
First, they have to confirm this touchdown as the wave makes its way around Daytona Stadium. Nice crowd on hand.
Let's start it again.
Making the most of this home game. Their next home game is November 5th.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
Touchdown.
Mason
Uh-oh.
Cookman controlling the second half. Grambling, which rolled into halftime, Ken, with all the momentum, has now been outscored 9-0 since halftime, pending this point after touchdown.
Talking about finishing for Grambling.
Yeah, so just to talk about that real quick. No Travis, no Shiloh. I think they're missing a defensive lineman that people are really high on. Because he came into the season injured and he was expected to miss the first month, or I know the first 3 or 4 games. So I think they get people healed up. They escaped whatever could potentially injury that could potentially pose itself. And Shador's season is in front of him now. But because he threw that pick, I don't know what's up with that. Had he not thrown that pick, he would have been all right. But he needed more than 4 touchdowns. He needed like 6 today. He needed 6. I mean, he still might be SWAC offensive player of the week or whatnot, but he needed 6. Check this score out right here. Texas Southern 17. University of Texas San Antonio. Nah, I'm saying that all the way wrong. They playing UTSA. Am I right? But they down 4 points to UT. Yeah, I was right. University of Texas San Antonio. So let me see. Well, that game's at halftime right now. But let me see if we could catch that game. Let's see if we can access that game. I mean, I could have ended the stream and stuff, but I do see that there's still some people in here. Nah, man, I don't want James Madison. Miami in trouble. I'm just telling y'all that right now. Miami in so much trouble. So, Texas Southern playing good ball right now, man. You know what I'm saying? I believe University of Texas San Antonio was at a group of 5. Yeah, they in that category. So they fighting right now. Texas Southern can win that game. That does a number for the conference. Miami has scored 10 points though. All right, so let's see if we can find it. Don't nobody care about baseball. I don't know why. They shouldn't air a game until playoffs. Nope. So I can't get it on here. Let me see. Let me search. UTSA versus Texas Southern. Nope. It ain't on here. Telling y'all it's hard for these people to get their game on the ESPN, even on the ESPN app. What channel am I watching this on? Oh, it's on Stadium TV. Nah, they ain't gonna show me that.
It's on special teams, and he pointed out 27 right there in your picture, Steven Sparrow, and said he'll hit anybody. He's a freshman. He'll hit his own guys. He'll hit the other team. If you're in his way, you're going to get hit by Sparrow. He makes a big play there on special teams. But now is the critical part of this ball club for either ball club. You cannot have critical penalties. Yeah, you're excited. Yeah, you're aggressive, but you have to play before the whistle. You cannot play after the whistle.
Hawkins from the shotgun. Fakes the handoff, throws it to the right, wraps up immediately. Good coverage out there. Still a pickup of 6 or 7 with forward progress. The catch from Lyndon Rash. Going back to that story about Sparrow, he said, in a prior game, he said, "Coach, did you see me? I put his face in the grass." And he said, "Yeah, you got the wrong tackler." And he said, "Yeah, but I got his face in the grass."
Like, yep, you did.
Get an A for effort. Gain of 6, 2nd and 4. Grambling playing with tempo, down by 8. Hawkins, clean pocket. Nice throw to the right side. It's a first down. Catch brought in by Claude Coleman, the sophomore from Baton Rouge.
Coleman having a big game this afternoon. That's his 5th reception. Nice deep out route. Excellent throw by Hawkins. Grambling picks up a first down.
First and 10 from the 44.
Coleman came into this ball game with only 1 reception on the season. It's his 5th this afternoon.
Backpedaling, now moving to the left. It's Quaterius Hawkins into Bethune-Cookman territory.
Nice job by Hawkins. Did not have a receiver open downfield, just tuck it and run. Pick up about 6 or 7 yards, making a manageable second down.
Remember, Grambling used all 3 of its timeouts on the first possession of the second half. They did not get any points from that, so they have no timeouts in this final 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Back to the ground on 2nd and 2.
Just a little inside counter play. They love to pull the tackle. Big 79 leading the way through the hole that time. Shante Cole. Tailback right behind him. Short gain.
Talbert with the carry for
Appreciate that, Landis.
down. He had the 4-yard touchdown run in the first quarter. First and 10 from the 45. Grambling on the move, but down by 8. Hawkins back to pass. Low throw, incomplete.
Probably best that Talbot dropped that one because he would have been trapped for about a 5-yard loss. Great coverage that time closing in was Pugh.
He's had a busy day today. Junior from Hollywood, Florida, has been in and around the football quite a bit. Here's Hawkins. Trying to set up the screen. It's well covered by Bethune-Cookman. They were ready for that. Brings up 3rd down. Kenzie and Grant with the tackles.
Huge third down coming up here for the Tigers. See what Coach Hugh Jackson draws up. The Bethune-Cookman crowd making noise. 6.5 minutes to go here in the fourth.
3rd and 10 for Quintarius Hawkins. Throwing to the right, incomplete. It was a good throw to the tight end, Noah Bean, maybe peeking to where the first down marker was before he brought the football in.
Beans had a good afternoon, had a couple of grabs, 19 yards, but he dropped that one wide open in the flat. And it may be 4-down territory now for Coach Hugh Jackson and the Grambling Tigers. They're going to keep the offense on the field.
They're 2 for 2 on 4th downs today, but this will be the most difficult 4th and 10 from the 45.
And I think the fact that they don't have any more timeouts left plays into this decision. Because you could punt and flip the field.
4th and 10. Hawkins has time. Steps into the pressure. Incomplete. It was a good throw. It would have been a first down, but dropped by Tyson Bordeaux.
Back-to-back drops by Grambling Tiger receivers. And that has been also something that has plagued Grambling so far in the early portion of this season is drop balls by the receivers in critical situations. Back-to-back drops there, and it'll be a turnover on down. Bethune-Cookman will take over.
Tyson Boudreaux with the drop. Bethune-Cookman takes over from its own 45 with an 8-point lead.
If it's on ESPN3, I should be able to get it. Hold up. Of course. They got good internet out there. This was a good game. I mean, I got the Texas Southern game on my TV, but they just ain't got it here. I'm gonna do this game. I'm gonna stream the A&M, FAMU, and Alabama A&M game. They play at 6-2. One of these two games, I'm just gonna come back and go live and play one of them two games. Sure. Which one you think is more important? For the few people that's left in here, I'll let y'all tell me which game should we
He cuts upfield and dragged down to the 12. Second big run today for Quayshawn Bird. He had an 81-yard run in the first quarter, and he busts one open here midway through the fourth.
Again, a big fumble after a big reception earlier in this period. But you see Bird here bouncing it outside as Jones down there is quarterback as a lead blocker, wide receivers downfield as he gets it down near the 10-yard line. And Bethune-Cookman trying to put this one away late in the fourth. They're already within field goal range.
To the 12-yard line. 43-yard run for Bird. They go back to Bird. Another chunk play for Bethune-Cookman. You had Bird's 81-yard run in the first half, a kickoff return of 97 yards. Also in the first quarter from Darnell D is the key plays in this game on the offensive side of the ball.
Big crowd in Daytona Beach today for this ball game.
Second and 9 from the 11.
Letting the play clock wind all the way down, take as much time off the clock as possible.
High snap. Short gain for Bird.
Critical thing here for Bethune-Cookman is to protect the football at all costs. Play for the field goal. If you get it into the end zone, great. But if you play for the field goal, try to make it a 2-possession game as you approach 4 minutes. Grambling in this ball game has outgained the Wildcats 441 yards to 331.
Third and 9 with 4 minutes left. Up the middle, he bounces outside. A flag comes in. He's in the end zone, but there is a flag on the play. This might be coming back. Maybe a hold on the left side to allow that gaping hole for Quayshawn Bird.
Illegal shift. Offense, 5-yard penalty. It's third down.
Illegal shift negates that touchdown.
Bethune-Cookman has now overtaken penalties and penalty yardage here today. That will be their 12th penalty of the ball game, 124 yards. Grambling with 13 penalties for 101. So neither coach will be happy about the mistakes that each team has made, but Grambling has made them, as far as the turnovers at critical times, that have erased points off the board.
He faked it and kept it. Good speed from Jones, and Jones up to about the 12 as they go for the strip, and a flag comes in, maybe a face mask, as he attempted to strip the football.
Yeah, that's Trent Henry, freshman out of Miami, and it may have been a little bit of an extra blow to the face. Let's watch it here. Great fake by Jones to get out of trouble. Now watch the end of the play as Henry makes the tackle and then a little punch to the face. Very unnecessary. I'm sorry, Lawrence Asadu. Yeah, 8 instead of 0.
Lawrence Asadeo, senior from Austin. Transfer from Fort Scott Community College in Kansas.
So what that does, it gives you a fresh set of downs. It's going to be 1st and goal. And now with Grambling with no timeout, that's going to allow Bethune-Cookman to eat up at least another 1.5 to 2 minutes if they don't get into the end zone.
Yeah, the 3 timeouts used by Grambling in that first drive of the second half, which led to no points, really coming back to haunt them now.
You see the big tight end, Avery, calling for a timeout.
Bethune-Cookman. Their final timeout of the half.
No timeouts left for either team now.
Bethune-Cookman trying to ice out this win. An 8-point lead under 4 minutes left in Daytona.
Well, Graham holding the L, man. That's kind of bad. So what y'all come up with, man? What y'all come up with? FAMU or A&T and the Bulldogs? Do y'all even care? Oh, they show Andrew Body on his little scamper for his touchdown. Jones against JSU on the 15th of October. I was gonna go to Jacksonville to see that game. If he plays hard against JSU gonna blow him out. He ain't seen this JSU defense. He ain't seen it. But every week we're going to hear these words, though, and I'm going to just put y'all up on game. You're going to hear these words. The book is out on Jackson State. That's what you're going to continue to hear. You heard it the TSU game. You heard it the Grambling game. You're going to hear it again after this game. The book is out. You see how they slowed them down, kept them from scoring such and such, and they even got a pick on Shador even though it was late. You're going to hear all of that. You're going to hear all of that. So it's going to be a whole nother. We got 7 days worth of noise. Ooh, actually, you got 14 days worth of noise because JSU don't play again into the Bama State game, and that's the 8th. They go Bama State, Bama State, then they play Bethune. And then they come back from that and have homecoming against Campbell, right? So you're going to hear a lot of noise.
Snap it at under 5.
High snap up the middle, inside the 3 and pushed back. He went back to Jimmy Robinson.
Robinson, 5'7", 175. Of course, Sean Bird has been the bell cow so far today. 19 carries for Bird, 162 yards.
3rd and goal from the 3. Clock ticking under 2 minutes.
I think that Bartolone is I think he's holding out plays. He's showing formations, but I think he's holding out plays.
Bounces off to the left, trying to kill a few more seconds. Wrestled down at the 5-yard line. We have the 3rd field goal try forthcoming for Dylan Mogadale.
Logendale gonna be the special team. Oh my goodness!
Shut the door.
Listen, y'all. Texas Southern just gave up a big play because the damn DB couldn't locate the ball.
Clubs here today looks like Bethune-Cookman. Of course, they still got to convert this extra point.
If he located the ball, man, they stop him. Then they punt the ball. That was on 3rd down too.
Has been good from 20 and 23 yards. So the 3rd.
Damn, that was a missed play right there.
Snap is down. The kick is up and good.
Andrew Body got to come out and score right here.
Extends the lead to 11 points for Bethune-Cookman.
Are they Conference USA? Yeah, Group of 5. They playing tough against
really
a Group of 5.
Professional performance, Ken Moore, from these Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. 0-2 on the season. They had a bye week to prepare. They look like the prepared team. Just 1 turnover. That was on a kickoff return. They've done it with excellent special teams. A 97-yard kickoff return for a touchdown from Darnell Deese. They had a field goal block at a critical time. And they've just been a really smart football team apart from the penalties.
Yeah, the penalties have been the only thing that really hurt them today. You mentioned the 1 fumble on the kickoff return, but they played a sound game offensively. Jalen Jones, 13 of 18, 137 yards. 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. And look, they finally got the big fella involved. Kamari Averett, the big tight end, 5 catches, 65 yards, and a touchdown. He had that great one-handed snag for a big first down. They got him down inside the red zone today. Marcus Riley had a nice game receiving the ball, 4 catches for 36 yards. But Rashawn Berg on the ground has been the bell cow. He had that big 81-yard run in the first quarter to set up the first score. Had a big run on this previous drive to set up the game-clinching, appears to be field goal, so only 55 seconds remaining for Grambling as they trail it now by 11. And this was a 19-17 ball game at halftime. Grambling has been shut out during the second half.
We'll start at the 25-yard line. So now time for a miracle for Grambling, down by 11 with 50 seconds left. If they do not come back, it'll be a fresh day of frustration for Hugh Jackson's team. They've out first downed Bethune-Cookman 26-14, outgained them 441 to 335, but down by 11 points. And really stunning, if you just look at Bethune-Cookman, 14 first downs. They're 1 for 9 on third down. Hard to win a game when you have those, but they've somehow scored 30 points. On first down, thrown to the right side, incomplete.
Remember on that last drive when Grambling was trying to go down for the tying score, a couple of critical drops on third and fourth down.
Yeah, Hawkins is now 22 for 40. Touchdown, interception, but many of those incompletions have been drops.
Yeah, probably had about 4 or 5 drops today, and there have been a lot of drop passes for the Tigers early on in this season.
Second down. Hawkins over the middle. Another drop. May have been deflected. Catchable there for Cash Foley, and it's been a variety of guys. Bean dropped one. We saw Coleman drop one. Tyson Boudreaux as well. Jackson in coverage there for Bethune-Cookman.
Yeah, let's see, did he get a paw? I think if he did get a paw on it, he definitely distorted his vision. So good play by Jackson there, PBI.
Jaquan Jackson out of Dothan, Alabama. Third down with 39 seconds left. Over the middle again. Good coverage once again. It's incomplete. Intended receiver was the tight end, Noah Bean. Tough for Grambling. As you look at their schedule, they beat Northwestern State away, but lost to Jackson State. Now we'll try and get healthy at home against Prairie View next weekend.
Yeah, that game will be in Dallas next weekend at State Fair. Coming up for Bethune-Cookman after this one, they'll take a trip to Alabama A&M as they head down to Huntsville.
4th and 10, intercepted. And he will break a tackle, take it all the way back for a touchdown. There is a flag on the field, but an exclamation point for Bethune-Cookman.
Guess who?
Pick 6, and it's
Darnell
again
Dees.
Darnell Dees. He had the 97-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. He blocked the field goal, and now he has a pick 6 pending the flag.
If it stands.
Second interception of the game.
Second pick thrown today by Hawkins.
Darnell's second touchdown of the game.
Again, watch it here. Plenty of time in the pocket. Just tries to thread the needle and did not see D's undercut the coverage. And he takes it to the house.
Result of the play is an interception. Resulting in a touchdown.
It will stand.
It's official.
His second touchdown today. A career day for the sophomore from Pompano Beach, Florida. 97-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Interception return for a touchdown, plus a blocked field goal. on special teams.
A lot of candidates for player of the game
Yes.
today. Between him and Avery Hawkins.
The best team in the SWAC. You also have Krayshawn Bird, who's had 19
Bird,
carries for
excuse me,
162 yards. This has got to be one of the most efficient scores you'll ever see. A team with 14 touchdowns is going to have at least 36 points. A team that's converted 1/3 down today, Ken Moore, is going to have 36 points.
But they've scored special teams,
Yes,
defense,
yes,
and offense.
yes. And the chunk plays. It started with Krayshawn Bird, 81-yard run. Remember, they had bad field position. They started their first series on the 12-yard line.
Man, you got to catch the ball. Body put the ball right on you, fool.
Not sure what the hold up is now. All scoring plays are reviewed, so
Ain't nothing to review, bro.
not sure what
It's a touchdown.
being reviewed. But officials are back now.
Dylan Mogadam on for the point after touchdown. That is blocked and recovered by Grambling.
You don't want to put that on film.
23 seconds to go on the clock. Grambling, 19. Brazil Goodman, 36.
It's a big win for Bethune-Cookman after an 0-2 start. See the big guy, Avery, Kamari Avery. Big game today. Yeah, big fella. Go ahead and celebrate. Hey, it's been a frustrating start for the big fella. Only 2 catches in the first 2 games. So, you know, he wanted to show up and show out here today. Lewis came back from injury at linebacker position, had a couple of big plays defensively. So it will be a party on Daytona Beach tonight.
Yeah, Rosendo Lewis brought up many times by the coaching staff. Season debut, 6'2", 240, grad transfer from South Carolina. Along with
Yeah, man, I think I might come back and do the FAMU Alabama A&M game. I need to watch that game anyway, but I might go live. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I was kind of leaving it up to anybody that was interested in it. If people was interested in it, you know what I'm saying? I'd drop a yeah if you is or if you isn't. But I'm pretty sure other people will probably be live. That's why I said I don't know. If they live, I'll probably just be in a chat. If not, I'll probably cut it on because I doubt that they'll be showing the game. Dang, I knew that was going to happen. That's a pride punch right there. This game here, man, Grambling just let down. Grambling let down. Well, I don't know if Grambling going to put themselves in position to win again. I mean, win a game. We'll see because the West is kind of funny. And their teams are all over the place. Montana against Eastern Washington, that's a good game. Got to pay attention to that. Yep. So what I'm gonna do, man, is I'm gonna check around in the YouTube streets, see where everybody else is. If nobody got the fam game on, then I'll probably come back live with the fam and Alabama A&M game. Since it come on in about 15 minutes. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. All right, y'all, I'm going to kill this stream and keep everything going. I need y'all on my laptop. I'm tripping. Catch y'all on the flip side, man. If y'all interested, I'll be back with the other game.